instrument consists of 26 items that are divided into 4 constructs, which is for section E is to answer RQ1 and section B, C, and D is to answer RQ2. Next. Data collection procedures. First, the questionnaire will be adapted from past research in order to ensure that this instrument is developed close to the credible sources. And next, the developed instrument will be sent to research to JBB to be approved to ensure the validity of the instruments that will be distributed later. And next, in order to test the reliability of the instruments before distributing out to the respondents, pilot study is conducted. And lastly, finally, the questionnaire will be distributed through Google Form link via WhatsApp to collect data for the main study. Next. Data analysis procedures. In this study, the result of the descriptive analysis was used in identifying the perceptions on the use of Grammarly, RO1, and to discover what are the factors that influence Grammarly utilization among trainee teachers to improve writing accuracy, RO2. Data discussions and findings. Alright, so to answer RQ1, based on the data findings, TESOL trainee teachers have positive perceptions on the use of Grammarly in improving writing accuracy, which can be proven from the next data analysis. The total mean is very high, which is 4.3 according to the mean interpretation table. This range is considered very high. And looking at the items number 4 have the highest mean, which indicates that the respondents are willing to use Grammarly in the future if they have the chance, which indicates that they have positive attitudes towards the use of Grammarly in improving writing accuracy. Next, we look at the lowest mean, which is 4.22, which is considered very high as well, although it is the lowest mean. Since it is very high, it also can indicate that the positive attitudes towards the usage of Grammarly in improving writing accuracy. Therefore, the trainee teachers perceive positive perceptions that the use of Grammarly can improve writing accuracy. So therefore, alternative hypothesis is accepted because they perceive that the usage of Grammarly can improve their writing accuracy. Next. So, in determining the factors, the items of these factors is divided into 3 constructs in determining the factors. So the first one, perceived usefulness, second, perceived ease of use, and last one, usage of Grammarly. So usage of Grammarly, usefulness, and ease of use influence the use of Grammarly to improve writing accuracy. Which, if we refer to the mean score, perceived usefulness is the most dominant factor that influences the use of Grammarly in improving writing accuracy. Next, TESOL trainee teachers perceive that usage of Grammarly can improve their writing accuracy because they are familiar with Grammarly. So that is why they tend to use Grammarly in order to improve their writing accuracy. The total mean is 3.92, which is considered high. To support the data that indicates that this factor influence on the usage of Grammarly. Next. Based on the data, item 3.4.44, Grammarly allows me to correct errors in my writing is the main factors under which they perceive that Grammarly is useful because they can correct errors instantly, and second, because it can identify their errors, and third one, they can save more time in revising the errors. Therefore, the trainee teachers perceive Grammarly is useful in improving writing accuracy. Next. So trainee teachers perceive Grammarly is very easy to use in improving writing accuracy. Is what influence them to use Grammarly, which can be indicated that they consider Grammarly to be user-friendly and they can understand instruction provided by Grammarly, which imparts them to use Grammarly in improving writing accuracy. Next. Therefore, in conclusion, TESOL trainee teachers' perceptions towards the use of Grammarly in improving writing accuracy are positive, and perceived usefulness, perceived ease of use, and the usage positively influence the use of Grammarly in improving writing accuracy. Alright, next. The implication of this study is by emphasizing on the positive perceptions on the usage of Grammarly, it can encourage the use of Grammarly to enhance writing accuracy among the TESOL trainee teachers. And further, while using Grammarly frequently, the TESOL trainee teachers can develop grammatical awareness through corrective feedback that they receive. Therefore, they can enhance their writing quality and writing accuracy. Next. ICT, okay. The implication of this study towards English department lecturer is to allow the lecturers to see the ICT tools as such as AWE can be integrated to support students' writing, and also to allow the lecturers to identify how the corrective feedback as teaching techniques can support the students' writing. Therefore, the recommendations for this study for the future researchers is that the future researcher can conduct this research on bigger sample in order to receive a variety of data that can be generalized to a larger population, realizing that this study is conducted in a small sample of size. And the last one, use qualitative approach in order to other design of qualitative approach in order to explore further how the use of Grammarly is effective towards the writing accuracy. Alright, that's all from me. Thank you.
Now, so let's open for the question and answer session.
Okay. Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. So first of all, congratulations to the presenter. Okay. I see that your research is quite thorough also because you are stressing on the use of Grammarly. So it is a program, isn't it? Okay. My concern is on the table of interpretation. Yang berapa? RQ1. Okay. You mentioned that the overall group mean is 4.30. Okay. So the classification of interpretation that you use is only the 3 classification, kan? But actually we have the the interpretation used by Bahagian Perancangan Pendidikan 2006 that we have 5 categories actually, meaning that 1 to 1.89 is very low, 3.5 to 4.29 is high, and 4.30 to 5 is very high. So the total mean group is 4.30 is very high, is correct. But for 4.22, it is actually only high level, not very high. Like you mentioned previously that it is very high. So the classification for the 4.22 is actually only high. Okay, yeah? But the total group mean is correct, very high. Okay. So the overall is very high, so it is correct. So in interpreting this mean, how do you feel that the Grammarly program is actually helping the students in improving their writing skills? based on the overall mean group, that is the score is 4.30, very high. So actually how the Grammarly program actually really help the student to improve the writing skill.
Alright. Based on this interpretation on how they perceive that Grammarly is helpful for them. First one, it can indicate that they are willing to use Grammarly, because if we look at the second items, they think that Grammarly is a good writing assistance, which they when they believe that this Grammarly is a good assistance, they will be open to adapt to their writing towards the Grammarly feedback. So therefore, I believe that when they perceive Grammarly as helpful, they can improve their writing accuracy, because they believe that the feedback provided is valid and correct, which can be indicated on other construct, which most of them believe that the feedback that they receive is valid and correct. That's how it can be helpful.
So Grammarly, we will make sure that their writing should be accurate, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. So it focusing on how the accuracy level can be increased. Okay, that's all my question. Okay.
Okay, Najwa. My question, I have one question there. Okay, those findings findings of the accuracy based on the teacher training response.
Yes.
Okay, what about the percentage of the accuracy of the system itself?
The percentage of the accuracy
Of the system itself. Of the AWE system itself. Of the system itself. The accuracy of the system itself.
May I ask the accuracy, which means on the perceptions of the students, or
No,
general?
based on the AWE systems.
The program.
Yeah, do you
Automated writing evaluation.
accuracy, the percentage of the system accuracy.
When you use Grammarly.
There's not stated where the percentage is how, but according to a study by, if I'm not mistaken, by Faizal and Carabella 2016, they find out that the Grammarly is one of the AWE that are more reliable compared to others AWE, because they can provide detailed explanations towards the errors. Although there are some errors might not be valid probably due to the repetition of words in that, also can be considered as errors. So from that study, I believe that the percentage of accuracy in analyzing errors is quite high. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I would like to call upon Muhammad Iqbal bin Amir to the presentation.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To my fellow supervisors, my fellow panel, Dr. Muhammad Jalini bin Hassan and Madam Marizal binti Abdul Razak. Today my name is Muhammad Iqbal and today I am going to present about my research titled PISMB Tested June 2020 Intake Training Teachers Readiness Towards the Implementation of 21st Century Teaching Practices. And my supervisor is Dr. Muhammad Jalini bin Hassan. Okay. These three are the main reasons why why this research is being conducted. The first one is the increasingly competitive global context. In 2013, the Ministry of Education has changed the education system, where they shift away from the traditional teaching practices to the modern way, where they implement the 21st century teaching practices. And the next one is the Institute Penyelidikan Guru, where it is important. Where it is required for teacher trainees to be competent, innovative, and equipped with the skills required to meet the demands of 21st century classroom. For the Institute ITG, for the ITG KDI, and for the ITG, the institute focus on the training teachers to implement the student-centered and technology-driven. The next one is the challenges, where developing skills in areas such as critical thinking, problem solving, communication, and collaboration, creativity, and innovation is quite challenging, because this is challenging because it requires skills that needs to be learned. And these three are the reason why this research is being conducted. Next slide. And next is these are the problem statement for this research. The first one is the teachers are not fully prepared in implementing 21st century teaching practices. A study is conducted by Yijit and Goptas in 2019, where they state that although that training teachers has a high understanding of towards the 21st century skills, however, they have where in the implementation of the 21st century skills, they are quite uncertain about the 21st century skills to implement in the classroom. And next is the 21st century skills is essential for students' development for success in the job market, and this is supported by the World Economic Forum in 2016 that says that 21st century skills is essential for future employment in the economic competitiveness. And lastly, the 21st century skills affect on both physical and emotional level. Stress, anxiety, and frustration may be felt by training teachers who are unable to use 21st century teaching strategies, as they struggle to become used to new teaching practices. This is not only affect the teacher trainees, but it also affects the students. When teachers are unable to implement the 21st century teaching practices, they are and the students are also unable to learn in the classroom. And these are the research purposes. The first one is research objective. I have two research objectives. The first one is to justify the level of readiness among PISMP TELTTraC June 2020 intake in the implementation of 21st century teaching practices. And the second one is to identify the differences between male and female training teachers' readiness in the implementation of 21st century teaching practices. And next is the research question. I also have two research questions. And the first one is, what is the level of readiness among PISMP TELTTraC June 2020 intake in the implementation of the 21st century teaching practices? And the second one is, what is the difference between male and female training teachers' readiness in the implementation of 21st century teaching practices? And my research hypothesis, which is the null hypothesis, that is no difference between male and female training teachers' readiness in the implementation of 21st century teaching practices. And my research is supported by the research theory by John Tarikh, which is the constructivism theory, which says that which affirms that knowledge is best gained through a process of reflection and construction, where the constructivism theory, it focuses on creating a student-centered learning where it encourages cooperation, problem solving, and critical thinking, which also aligns with the 21st century teaching skills that I am currently researching. Okay, next slide. Next is the past research. I have three main past research that I have that I use as reference. The first one is Ibrahim et al. In 2019, Rusdin in 2018, and Reski Amala in 2020. All three of these past research have one thing in common, where they have the level of readiness in training teachers are very high. And this is my research framework, where training teachers' readiness is the independent variable, and the implementation of 21st century teacher practices is the dependent variable. Next, I am going to continue about the methodology, where the research is I use the quantitative approach, and I use the survey as the research design. And my respondent is 70 respondents, where 15 of them are males and 55 of them are female. And the population is the 70 people of the SMP Tesla June 2020 intake, 20 teachers in RPG cadre. And the sample I refer to the TELTTraC model, where for 40 pupil samples, the 59 respondents are needed to conduct this research. And next is the research instrument. I use a questionnaire form that I adapted for Ibrahim, Azra, Sungai, Galib in 2019, and another research conducted by Risni in 2018. And my instrument, I have 25 items, and I use the 7-point Likert scale, which according to Fleetwood 2018, it states that the 7-point Likert scale is accurate and reliable. Okay, next is the validity and reliability. My research is being validated by an expert from Jabatan Penyelidikan and Inovasi, JBB, that is Puan Dorotiana. And I have conducted my pilot study on 11 respondents on the SMP Tesla June 2020 intake teachers, and the reliability test on the compound alpha value is 0.89, which is according to Lewis et al. In 2021. It said that 0.89 is very reliable because it is above 0.7. And these are my data analysis procedure for research question 1 and 2. The research data analysis for research question 1 is I use a descriptive analysis, and the research question 2 I use an inferential data analysis. And these are my findings and discussions for research question 1. And the question is, what is the level of readiness among PISMP Tesla June 2020 intake in the implementation of the 21st century teaching practices? My findings for the overall readiness for this research is the overall readiness has a mean value of 6.17, which according to Mental, 6.17 is very high because the category is 6.15 and above is very high, and the highest mean score for this item is question 17 and question 19, which has a mean score of 6.41, and the lowest mean score for this item is question 5, which is 5 with a mean score of 5.73. which is rather high. Next slide. And the findings and discussion for research question 2. The question is what is the difference between male and female trained teachers' readiness in the implementation of 21st century teaching practices? And the result is the equivalence assumed from the t test. The t value is 0.909, which according to I don't remember which state that 0.9 is very high, but 0.9 is very high. And it is higher than 0.05. It states that there are no significant difference between male and female training teachers. And next is the conclusions from the research questions. The first research question, the conclusion is the overall mean for the level of readiness in implementation of 21st century teaching practices is very high among the PSNP tested June 2020 intake. And the conclusion for research question 2, there are no significant difference between both genders in their level of readiness in implementing 21st century teaching practices because the t value for the t test is greater than 0.05. Next is the implications. It has two implications that is towards the IPG tester training teachers and IPG tester lecturers. And the implications towards the training teachers is that training teachers know their level of readiness and know how to improve their level of readiness in implementing the 21st century teaching practices even further. They can adopt contemporary teaching techniques that is crucial for the 21st century teaching practices that meet the needs of the 21st teaching classroom, 21st century teaching classroom. And the implications towards the IPG test lecturers, they play a vital role in the introduction of 21st century teaching practices because they can introduce the 21st century teaching practices in their lessons, in their lectures, and where they show example on how to implement the 21st century teaching practices in their lectures. Right? And lastly, the recommendations. I would recommend that the choice of sample to involve more participants by conducting research on other intakes also. For example, like for this research, I only conduct my research on the 2020 intake. My suggestion is that my recommendation is the study need to involve more participants by including other intakes as well. For example, like the 2019, 2021, 2022, to see their level of readiness in the implementation of the 21st century teaching practices. Next is the choice of location. We need to conduct research on other IPGM also that involves the whole IPGM, where we need to where we can get other results by conducting on a greater number of participants. And lastly, the research design is use different approach. For example, like use a qualitative or mixed method, meaning that I use qualitative and quantitative on the same research. That's all for me.
Okay. Assalamualaikum and very good morning. Okay. Congratulations, Iqmal. Okay. My concern is on the data analysis procedure. Okay. this is for research one. Your overall mean is 6.17. So when we say 6.17, that you mentioned just now, it is very high. What is actually being interpreted by the mean that you say very high in terms of what?
Thank you, Doctor, for your question. The mean indicates that the the VITP tester June 2026 has a high level of readiness to implement the 21st century teaching practices in the classroom, where they are also prepared to, where they also have a high understanding on the 21st century skills that needs to be implemented in the 21st century classroom, that needs to be meet to meet the standards of the 21st century classroom.
Okay, for the RQ2, the p-value is greater than 0.1 because according to the table, if p-value is greater than 0.10, so there is no evidence against the null hypothesis. So in this case, 0.909, it is much more greater than 0.10 and it is more than 0.05. So your null hypothesis, what happened to the null hypothesis that you stated just now? Based on this value?
There are no significant difference between male and female gender.
So meaning?
Both genders are the same.
Yeah,
they
okay.
have the same level of readiness.
So therefore, the null hypothesis is being accepted. Okay? Because no evidence there's a difference between the male and female in the terms of their readiness to implement the 21st century. Okay? So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Dia lagi.
Okay, can you please scroll to findings and conclusion for RQ1? Okay. Okay, based on the finding, the level of readiness in implementing the 21st century teaching practice is very high. Okay.
Yes.
So is it based on that? Based on that? The technology determined because it's I think it's unclear.
The analysis.
About the very high permit. Okay. So the high too based on
the overall readiness. The overall readiness is based on the whole questionnaire for the 25 items. For the total mean of the 25 items, there are a lot more questions, but I only show the highest mean score and the lowest mean score.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, Ms. Sabrina binti Kamal Hisham, please welcome.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good day ahli ibu the panelists for today which are Dr. Mohamed Jalani and also Madam Nurliza binti Abdul Razak and all my fellow presenters and the audience. So let me introduce myself first. My name is Nur Sabrina binti Kamal Hisham. I am from SL3 and I am the supervisor of Mr. Chan Tiong-Long. As for today, I'm going to present about my findings regarding my research study which titled Desert Training Teachers' Perception on the Use of Wattpad to Promote Reading Short Stories. Next. Okay, let's get into the background of the study. So basically, English teacher training programs have a huge impact in assisting teacher educators and policy makers in finalizing curriculum and forming the teaching content, which has been highlighted by by Doro and Bala 2019. So it can be said that it is important for teachers to be well equipped with 4 skills, which are reading, writing, listening, and speaking. So reading is one of the significant skills that should be mastered by the trainee teachers. So this reading helps learners to improve their critical thinking and analytical skills. It is said by Jenkins 2022. In the 21st century learning, it is essential to learn something through digital application. So this digital learning functions as a 24-hour resources, as learners are able to access any learning materials online at their own pace, as well as self-directed study learning tools. It is highlighted by Williams 2022. It can be said that electronic textbook is one of the examples of digital application that is accessible via mobile devices that is more likely to be chosen compared to printed books, as stated by Henry and Rodiger at 2018. So literature is one of the examples that can be read through the reading digital application. So this reading literature it allows the learners to exercise the imagination. So this one is mentioned by Wright 2019. Therefore, it can be said that short stories is one of the examples of literature that had been used to investigate in this research study. Next. Moving on to the problem statement. Okay, so why is this problem occurs? In this case, reading is one of the most difficult skills and time-consuming, which leads to a lack in reading habits. It is emphasized by Daniel et al. 2017 in Agustin 2018. So it is clearly stated that students nowadays are lack in reading habits. And then there's also another studies conducted by Ifanti in Rati 2018. It stated that most ESL students have poor reading habits, even though they are pursuing English education at school. So it is clear stating that reading is one of the most difficult skills due to the lack of reading habits. As for this column, it can be said that why reading is difficult because it involves the complex process of reading that commonly involves the mental processes to understand the text, and then it also due to the limited use of technology in reading practice in the classroom teaching and learning, which stated by Karaslan 2015. So how could we know that this reading difficulties is really a problem to our students and also impactful in our countries? It is mentioned by the annual report of the Malaysian Education Development Plan, which is PPPM. It stated that reading habit among Malaysians does not exceed to the extent to which it brings a great knowledge. It is due to the data reported in PISA, which indicated that Malaysia is still far behind among other countries. So it can be said that it is clearly shown that Malaysia is one of the countries that are low in reading habits due to the lack of reading habits among the Malaysians. Okay, next. So the research objectives for my study is that the first one, to identify TESOL teachers' perception on the use of Wattpad to promote reading short stories. The second objective is to identify the difference in perception between male and female trainee teachers on the use of Wattpad to promote reading short stories. As for the research question, what are the TESOL trainee teachers' perception on the use of Wattpad to promote reading short stories? And then I would like to know if there is any difference in perception between male and female trainee teachers on the use of Wattpad to promote reading short stories. As for the hypothesis, there is no difference between male and female trainee teachers' perception on the use of Wattpad to promote reading short stories. Okay, moving on to the significance of this study. So basically, there are 4 stakeholders that would get the benefits from this study, which are the first one, Ministry of Education, IPG, that's training teachers, and also TESOL IPG lecturers. As for the FOE, Ministry of Education, this study would provide them with feedback on the implementation of digital media of reading. So it means here that when I have conducted this research, I would like bring an utmost idea for this MOE for them to know either this digital reading application is effective or not to be implemented in digital teaching and learning session in Malaysia. And then as for the IPG, it will uphold the prestige of IPG institution, which produces free service teachers that are excellent in academic performance and also language mastery. So it is to be said that if the trainee teachers are master in reading skills, so it will produce more better quality teachers in the future. And then as for the TESOL trainee teachers, it will allow them to discover new ways of gaining insight through reading digitally in ebook. So it is to be said that the research of this study, which is to discover about the use of Wattpad, it can inspire the TESOL trainee teachers to let them know and to let them expose to different kinds of stories from different backgrounds of authors. And then as for TESOL IPG lecturers, it will help them to utilize the digital books such as Wattpad to be used in teaching reading skills and literature subjects. Okay, next. So these are the past researches that I have referred to during conducting my research. So there are 4 main past researches here. So the first one, exploring the influential factors on readers' continuous intention of ebook apps, personalization, usefulness, playfulness, and satisfaction from Liu et al. 2021. So based on his study, the TELTTraC model is applied in this study as the base to get to know about the continuous intention of users regarding the use of digital reading apps. Okay, and then based on the findings, it is highlighted that majority were likely to continue using the ebook apps. So basically, there are 3 findings regarding the continuous intention of the reader's ebook. So the first one, the users would likely to continue using ebook if the apps make them feel content with the process and also the experience while using it. And then as for the second one, they would likely to choose to continue using that reading apps if the apps meet their expectation. And for the last one, they would continue to use the app if the apps could boost their reading volume, improve reading efficiency, and also equitably allocate time for them to read. And then, to conclude, it can be said that satisfaction is the most impactful factors on users' continuous intention. For the second research, it is titled the effects of extensive reading via ebooks on tertiary level EFL students' reading attitude, reading comprehension, and also vocabulary. This one, it is conducted by Chin et al. 2013. So based on the findings, it can be said that experimental students perform better compared to control group as the extensive reading helps to gain comprehensible input. So basically, extensive reading refers to reading for pleasure or self-directed reading. So regarding these studies, it can be said that those who were not exposed to extensive reading would not accelerate their vocabulary growth, and also they didn't get much on reading comprehension. For the third research, it is conducted by Rahimah et al. 2015 regarding e-reading for the respondents. So the title is, Does e-reading enhance reading fluency? So based on the findings, it can be said that students felt less comfortable reading through apps compared to printed books. And then they also gain lower level of comprehension through e-reading compared to the other one. So as for Rahimah et al. Surveys, it can be said that the students felt less comfortable because they find out that reading from screen is boring and tedious. Okay. And then for the last research, it is about the use of Wattpad in English language teaching and learning. Is it helpful? So based on these findings, it can be said that reading English stories from Wattpad help to produce good English pronunciation as well as engaging learners to read. Okay, next. So these are my research design, research instrument, population and sample. So basically my research design is quantitative, and my research instrument had been adapted from Mega et al. 2020. So basically the instrument consists of 19 items in 4 sections, which are demographic information, attitude towards using, perceived ease of use, perceived usefulness. So I'm using 5-point weighted scale here. For the population, there are 70 TESOL training teachers per section over. There are 70 TESOL training teachers overall. So based on these 70, I have conducted a quick survey in WhatsApp to get to know who are the real Wattpad users. And then based on that 70, there are 65 of them had been using Wattpad. So the other 5 have never experienced using Wattpad. So I have excluded them for my research study. And then from that 65, 10 were taken for pilot study, and it is advice from Lewis et al. 2021. So overall, there are 55 respondents at the end of my research study. So these are the examples of questions in the instrument. Next, the research theory or model. So basically, technology acceptance model or SAM model is the framework that being used in this research study. So basically, this SAM model is a framework proposed by Fred Davis in 1989. It is developed from psychological theory, which highlights that computer user behavior is based on belief, attitude, intention, and user behavior relationship. So there are 3 essential key factors in the model, which highlighted by Marini and Granick 2015. So there are 3 factors in the model, which is the first one, perceived usefulness, PU. Second one, perceived ease of use, PEOU, and the third one, attitude towards using, which is ATU. So basically, PU, perceived usefulness, it refers to the extent to which a person believes that an app would improve their performance. And then for the perceived ease of use, it refers to how well a student believes that navigating an app is simple to be used, and also they did not find any difficulties, any technical issues while utilizing that app. And then for the third one, attitude towards using, it refers to the continuous intention of the respondents, of the users. Next, these are the research conceptual framework. Those 3 factors are the independent variable, and then and then all these 3 factors affecting the TELTTraC teacher's perception or the use of Wattpad to promote reading short stories. Next, the instrument used for data collection, it is a questionnaire, just like I have mentioned just now. As for the validity, it has been proved and checked by an expert from Jabatan Penyelidikan JBB right? And also the reliability of the test. I have conducted the pilot study, and then this is the result. The Chroma alpha value is 0.96, which it is placed in excellent range. Okay, next. The data collection procedures involve some steps, which is the first one, deciding research population, find the suitable questionnaire, adapting the questionnaire, and also acquiring permission from the BPI, conduct a quick survey to filter the Wattpad users, conduct a pilot study, conduct a real survey using Google Form via WhatsApp, analyze the data using SPSS, finding and discussion, and also the last one, write a report based on the findings. The last scan. Okay, so these are the analysis procedures. It was using descriptive and also inferential. Next, the findings and discussion for the first research question is that what are the TELTTraC teachers' perception on the use of Wattpad to promote reading short stories? As for this one, it can be said, it is plainly highlighted that the overall mean for this perception is 4.01, which indicated as high. It is referred from Moiruni 2009. And then to conclude, it can be said that the use of technology acceptance model, which is SAM model, is helpful to be used as base model in this research. And then TELTTraC teachers would continue utilizing Wattpad as it brings advancement in their reading. So it can be shown through their perception in this survey. Okay. The second research question, it is about the difference between male and female trained teachers' perception on the use of Wattpad to promote reading short stories. So as we take a look at the difference between the male and female perception, mean score for male is 4.28, which considered as very high, while the mean score for female is 4.06, which placed in high. Okay, and then as for this inferential analysis, it can be said that the significant value for the difference is that the p-value is 0.05. According to p-value is 0.05 or below, the result is considered as significant. If it is greater than 0.05, it is non-significant. So based on my research study, the result shown is 0.32. So the p-value is higher than 0.05. So it can be said that the null hypothesis is accepted, which it implies that there is no difference between male and female trained teachers' perception. Okay. As for the conclusion, the study achieved the first objective, which shown that TELTTraC teachers' perception has TELTTraC teachers have a high perception on the use of Wattpad to promote their reading short stories. And then it can be highlighted through all these three factors that I have investigated before, which most of them were keen on reading through Wattpad. However, several were likely to choose reading printed book. This one, it lies under the attitude towards using. As for the second aspect, what features were easy to navigate. This one, it lies under the perceived ease of use, while the third one, Wattpad helps to improve respondents' reading comprehension. This is under the perceived usefulness in Wattpad. So, as for the second objective, the inferential analysis indicated that there is no significant difference between male and female training teachers. Okay, next. There are 5 recommendations that I would like to suggest to the future researchers, which are the first one, various research design. So, as for my research study, I have conducted a quantitative survey, right? So, actually, this quantitative survey is just limited to the perception of the TELTTraC teachers' view, right? So, it is interested to know about the effectiveness of Wattpad, and then it can be conducted through a quasi-experimental, and also we can conduct a qualitative research in order to explore how this Wattpad is actually affected to the respondents' behavior. As for the second suggestion, I would like to suggest to utilize larger sample, which the future researcher can conduct the research to the larger sample, which is in training teachers in East Coast IPG in Malaysia. For example, IPG Kota Baru, IPG Kampus Sultan and also IPG Kampus Tengku Ampat Aksen. Okay, and then wider variety of digital reading app. As for my research study, it is only limited to the use of Wattpad, right? Wattpad is one of the examples of reading apps that is available. So there are few various choices of digital reading app that can be investigated by other researchers, which are Google Play Books, Goodreads, and also Kindle. And then broader research focus, it is interesting to know and to discover the importance of user-friendly app in contribution to motivation in learning. So here it means that it is important, or we would like to know either it is important for an app to be user-friendly, so that does it contribute to the motivation of students' learning. So it is interesting to conduct this kind of research. And then for the last one, explore different reading materials. It is also intriguing to discover the effectiveness of digital reading text or printed reading text. As for this one, it can be conducted for the population of teachers that have been experiencing their practical. So we are able to know effective reading for their students. And then we would like to know about how they apply the reading strategies in these different reading materials. Okay. So the last implications, lesson training teachers PSMP 2022 for intake, lesson training lesson lectures and also MOE. So as for the lesson training teachers, it would help them to discover Wattpad as one of the ebook reading apps that is helpful to develop their reading habit, reading comprehension and also reading fluency in the TNL session and also outside of the classroom. For lesson lecturers, it provide them with proper planning, planning the appropriate activities, especially for teaching literature. So for the lecturers, it brings the idea for them to utilize the digital reading app, which is Wattpad, the new reading platform that can be used, especially for teaching literature among student teachers. For MOE, it can promote the use of ebook in digital reading, aligned with government's initiative, National Reading Decade, EMK towards 2030 that have been launched by Dr. Mazli. As for this National Reading Decade, it is the government initiative to promote the reading habit among Malaysians. So I believe that the use of Wattpad is one of the examples of reading apps that can be promoted by MOE in order to help the Malaysians to develop their reading habits. So yeah, that is all about my presentation.
Now we open for the Q&A session.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and very good morning. Okay, so congratulations on Sabrina. Okay, first of all, before you state the background, you actually should mention what is meant by Wattpad, because not everybody as the audience can understand what is meant by Wattpad. Okay, so that is the first thing. So you have done that. One more thing is why you use purposive sampling instead of random sampling for the respondents.
Thank you, Dr. J, for the question. The reason why am I using the purposive sampling instead of random sampling, it is because I would like to filter out the real Wattpad users to be participated in this survey study. It is because if I ever conducted the random sampling, it is somehow like lowering the quality of the study because there might be some of them that have never experienced the Wattpad, so we don't even know whether the perceptions is valid or not.
Okay.
That is why I'm using purposive.
Yeah. So in other words, that it means that this research is only targeting on certain respondents that is the users of the Wattpad. Okay. One more thing is regarding yours is only the survey, and I think that you have mentioned for the research that actually for this kind of research actually it is usable to use quasi experimental research because we want to compare the experimental group and also the normal group. So it is the finding will be more valid compared to only just the perception because perception is only the surface of the research. Okay, so that is the thing. One more thing is the for question 1, your mean score is 4.10. So like I mentioned previously that it is under the categories of high, isn't it? So do you satisfied with the score? Because actually if we want to show the impact, it is supposed to be very high. So the impact will be much bigger compared to only the level of high. So how you think that you can improve maybe in the designing of the items and so on? So what is your suggestion?
Regarding the suggestion of what should I improve in the future, probably I would try to make various research items and make it more detailed to every aspect which consisting of the attitude of using, the perceived usefulness and also perceived ease of use.
Yeah, I think that's the way that you should take in future. Okay, thank you very much. So back to Menda.
Okay, Sabrina. So your respondents How many girls and boys? I mean, males and females?
As for this one, I have not mentioned here, but there are from that 55, there are 44 female, 11 male.
Because the finding shows that the score is higher for the men, isn't it?
Look at the
Previously kan?
findings for significance difference between male and female. Male,
11 and 44. So macam dia tak balance kan?
meaning that the amount of the respondents influence the
The score.
the score.
Right.
Yeah. Because the more respondent, I think the analysis will more, the difference is more small compared to a small number of respondents. Maybe the answer, the score is the difference, which is the mean will be higher compared to the number, the bigger number of respondents for the other part. That's why mostly they should be balanced.
Normally girls they prefer to be on webpads.
Yeah,
Okay?
but now the difference is
Because girls, females, they like reading and being on social platform. So do males, but I don't think that you actually do betul tak? Kan? Kan boys kan?
Yeah,
You actually do reading kan? Betul.
read not
yes,
in the
read,
terms of
you. Kan? You read, but
not addicted to it.
kan? Okay, because what I
So
mentioned
dia
just
macam
now, this is
the finding is quite questionable, isn't it?
yeah.
Because I think in my personal also I like off reading, but I still managed to get my PhD lah. Because I use a different way of getting the details and so on. So dia macam dia
platform lah.
I may not sure about this, but this survey is about the ads, right? So
Yes.
so probably the male perception is more to like how that ad helps them.
No
the number.
different. Kan you kata no
Yelah,
different significance kan, but there is kan. There is kan.
Yelah, a slight of difference, but the evidence is not so strong. That's why I mentioned previously, because the mean score is more higher than 0.05, isn't it? Because yours is 0.3. Kan, berapa tadi? Kita tengok depan. Yelah, 0.3. So it is the null hypothesis is accepted because although there's a slight difference between male and female, but the evidence is not so strong. Although a slight difference, but actually when you if we use the interpretation, you should mention that there is a slight difference between male and female, but the evidence is not so strong. Therefore, based on the result of P value 0.32 mentioned that it is not significant due to the P value is more than 0.05. So the statement should be mentioned a bit of difference. Okay, kita tambah sikit lah. Okay. Boleh lah. Okay. Nanti kat sini kita tambah sikit lah. Kita
Assalamualaikum and hi, I bid to our lecturers, Dr. Muhammad Jalani and Madam Nafizah and also my fellow Canadian friends. So, my name is Nur Hasila binti Ismail from Test 3 PISMP June 2020, and recently I have conducted a research titled Investigating the Vocabulary Mastery Level of Year 5 pupils in SPA IPG under the supervision of Dr. Satya. Okay, so to begin with, I would like to give a brief of introduction about my study. Firstly, as stated in a second sheet of Malaysian Education Blueprint, Every children in Malaysia is expected to be proficient in English. Therefore, to achieve this goal, English has become a mandatory subject that is necessary to be taught to all students in school, starting from primary school. Alright, so in English, learning vocabulary plays a key role in mastering all language skills, which include speaking, reading, writing, and listening. This is simply put, vocabulary plays a foundation role in learning language. So before the students master the language, they need to have a high level of vocabulary first. To evaluate the students' level of proficiency, there are six level of indicators. Six level of indicators provided in the separate level. And in this case, pupils in primary school have to acquire a level of A2 before they leave for secondary school. Okay, so there are three main problems in this study, which is the first one by Tong and Key. They stated that the vocabulary mastery level of primary pupils in Malaysia was very concerning because pupils did not even comprehend some of the basic English words. Next, pupils are also having trouble in learning vocabulary, resulting in them possessing a low vocabulary repertoire. And lastly, this issue is not happening in Malaysia, but it also occurs in the countries that address English as a second language. For example, a study by Karendra et al. 2017 in Indonesia stated that some primary pupils there also lack of vocabulary, resulting in them to have a trouble in comprehending reading text. So these concerns actually will hinder them from having an effective communication with their students. And this also will slow down the students' progress in learning language. This is because, as I stated before, vocabulary plays a very important role in mastering all language skills, which is supported by Anumandan and Hashim. A good vocabulary will contribute to the pupils' writing. So, without sufficient vocabulary, it will make it challenging for the pupils to complete the task given by the teacher in the classroom. Okay, so this is the methodology of my study. First, this study is a quantitative study and the data were collected from tests. And there are two objectives that I aim to answer in this study, which is the first one, to determine the vocabulary mastery level of Year 5 pupils in SKIPG, and the second one, to find out the difference between male and female Year 5 pupils' vocabulary mastery level. Next, there are two research questions that I intend to answer in this study, which is the first one, what is the vocabulary mastery level of Year 5 pupils in SKIPG? And I also want to know if there is any difference between male and female Year 5 pupils' vocabulary mastery levels. And lastly, for the hypothesis, there is no difference between male and female Year 5 pupils' vocabulary mastery level. This is the null hypothesis for the study. Okay, so actually this study will benefit most parties, but the one who will benefit the most is English teachers in SKIPG, because they are a person who are very closely related to the pupils. So this study will provide them an insight of their pupils' vocabulary level. So from that, the teacher can know which students are weak and which students are already able to achieve a high level of vocabulary. So from this, the teacher can reflect on their teaching strategy by planning engaging activities to cater to the needs of each pupil. Next. Okay, so there are two past researchers I included in this study, which is one from local and the other one is from abroad. The local one is from Florina Wang and Hamidah Rahmat in 2019, and the abroad one is from Indonesia study by Usman 2016. So both studies actually intend to identify the vocabulary mastery level of 10 years old pupils, which is very similar to my study because I want to investigate the vocabulary mastery level of Year 5 pupils. And the data collection method used in these two studies are also very similar to mine because both studies use tests to collect the data from the students. And collectively, I can say that both studies show that the vocabulary level of primary pupils is still under achieving category. Okay, next we're moving on to the population and sample for my study. This study consists of 62 pupils from SKIPG, and I took 2 classes of Year 5 pupils, which is from 5 Pintar and 5 JBB. And 10 pupils were selected as a respondent for pilot study. However, in this study, I did not apply any sampling method because the whole population is taken. So, therefore, my final sample is 52 pupils after taking out the 10 pupils from the pilot study. This is as suggested by Etikan, Musa, and Al-Qasim, where it is stated that data should be collected from the whole population if the number of samples is small and accessible. Furthermore, this 3 person also stated that if the data collection used this test, it is good to take the data from all students so that we can know all the pupils' performance. Okay, so these are the instruments for my study. I use tests, which is MCQ questions, and they are actually 2 tests, which is vocabulary test 1 and vocabulary test 2. Both tests encompasses 40 questions, and in this case, I have already divided 2 sections for each test, which is 15 questions for A1 level questions and 25 questions for A2 level questions. A1 level question starts from question number 1 until question number 15, and A2 level question starts from question number 16 until 40. Okay, so these questions were derived from various sources. For example, I have adapted the questions from exercise book titled Practice Kendiri English Year 5 by Susanna Khalid, and some of the questions are also adapted from UPSI questions, and lastly from online elementary vocabulary tests. These 2 instruments were valid because it was verified by JPCI IPG KDRI, and these 2 instruments are also reliable and good enough to be used to the pupils because the reliability value depict a value that is greater than 7.07, which is the test 1, the value is 7.059, and the test 2 is 7.803. Okay, so this is the procedure of my data collection. Firstly, I have adapted the vocabulary questions from various sources, and then after that, I modified and checked the level of each word used in that question to ensure that the levels are only at A1 and A2 level because I intend to study primary school pupils. And next, I submit the final instruments to my supervisor to seek for her approval. And then I get a verification from JPPI. After getting verified by JPPI, I sought for a permission from headmaster and English teachers of SKIPG to conduct a pilot test. After that, I transfer the data into SPSS to check the reliability and validity of the test. And next, I conduct a study to collect the data from my main study. Okay, so there are 2 data analysis I use in this study, which is the first one, descriptive analysis, and the second one, inferential analysis. For the descriptive analysis, I intend to find out the mean score, mode, median, and frequencies, and also standard deviation of the collected data to determine the vocabulary mastery level of Year 5 pupils. Meanwhile, for inferential analysis, I have employed t-test to find out the difference between male and female Year 5 pupils' vocabulary mastery level. Okay, so now we're moving on to the data findings of my studies. The first one, this is the descriptive analysis, in which I have analyzed the mean for both tests. As you can see here, the mean for test 1 is 26.60. Meanwhile, for the test 2, it is 30.52. This value indicates that the overall performance level of Year 5 pupils is good because according to Lesage, Beckel, and Sabit, the pupils' performance is considered good if they are able to achieve 20 questions correctly for multiple choice exams that consist of 40 items. As you can see, majority of the students managed to score 20 and above for both tests. So this is the data for above mean and below mean for both tests. For test 1, there are 28 pupils who achieve score higher than the mean. Meanwhile, there are 24 pupils who achieve score below the cut-off points. And the highest mark score in test 1 is 40 by one pupil. Meanwhile, for the lowest score, it is only 7 out of 40 obtained by one pupil. This is actually quite worrying because they are already in their 5th year of primary. So the students are expected to at least get score higher than 10. Okay, next. For the above mean for test 2, there are 32 pupils who score above the mean, and meanwhile, there are 20 pupils who score below the cut-off point. And the highest mark obtained in this test 2 is 40, which is by 3 pupils. And then the lowest mark is 12, obtained by 1 pupil. Next. Alright, so aside from analyzing the mean, I have also analyzed the number of pupils who score higher, who get higher score for A1 and A2 questions. As I stated before, I have divided the question into 2 sections, which is A1 and A2 questions. So for the pupil score for A1 questions, you can see that the number of pupils who score highest mark, which is between 11 until 15, are greater. For example, in test 1, there are 41 pupils out of 52 able to achieve marks between 11 until 15. Meanwhile, for the test 2, there are 43 pupils. However, if we take a look at the pupil score for A2 questions, the number of pupils who score higher marks are much lower than the A1 questions, where for the test 1, there are only 13 out of 52 pupils who achieve 21 until 25 marks. Meanwhile, for the test 2, there are only 15 pupils who achieve higher marks. So I can conclude that the number of pupils who achieve high scores for A1 level questions are greater than A2 level questions. So in conclusion, we can say that the level of Year 5 pupils is categorized under A1. Alright, so this is the data findings to answer my research question 2, which is there a difference between male and female Year 5 pupils vocabulary mastery level? So as you can see, both tests depict a value which is greater than 0.05, which is for test 1, it is 0.08, and for the test 2, it is 0.06. So it indicates that there is no difference between male and female Year 5 pupils vocabulary mastery levels. This is according to Year 3. If the p-value is greater than 0.05, it means that there is no significant difference between the male and female performance level. Okay, next. Alright, so I would like to relate my discussion with the past researcher. First, the mean score for both tests shows that the vocabulary mastery level of Year 5 pupils in SKIPG is at a good level. However, by referring to the study conducted by Florina Wang and Hamidah in 2019, it said that majority of Year 5 pupils in SK possess low level of vocabulary. This is quite interesting because my findings show that the pupils in SKIPG the vocabulary performance of Year 5 pupils in SKIPG is at a good level. However, the performance of pupils in SK is at a low level. And in my opinion, this is because of the geographical disparities in which pupils in SK is located at the rural area. Meanwhile, SKIPG is considered as an elite school and places at the urban area. Next, for the CE effort level, the findings of this study show that the overall level for young pupils is at A1 level. This is actually correlated with the study by Rupi and Shah in 2020, where they said that primary schools are still struggling to achieve A1 and A2 levels. And lastly, my t-test result indicates that there is no difference between male and female vocabulary vocabulary level. And this is also directly linked to the study by Harry and Abbas, where they stated that there is no significant difference in vocabulary performance between male and female pupils in third grade of elementary school. Next, there are some recommendations that I would like to give to the educational stakeholders, which are the first one, English teachers in SKIPG. By providing the data for the English teacher in SKIPG, they will be aware of which students who are still need more guidance from them, so that they can design an interactive material such as vocabulary game to increase the pupils' performance to increase the pupils' involvement in the classroom, because games provide encouraging and fun learning environment. So the pupils will be interested to learn if we implemented games or ICT in our class. Next, for the parents can provide age-appropriate reading materials for the pupils since early childhood. They can also have a reading session with their children so that it can expose the children to a new range of new phrases and vocabulary. And lastly, I would like to suggest the future researchers to conduct the same research, but include more schools from urban and suburban area. Because in my study, I only took SKIPG, so I would love to know. So I would like the future researchers to include more schools so that they can compare the performance level between urban and suburban schools. Next. Okay. Lastly, these findings had resulted to several implications which will be beneficial for the school administrator in SKIPG and also English teachers in SKIPG. Firstly, for the school administrator in SKIPG, this study will give them an exposure of their pupils' vocabulary performance level. So from this, they can take necessary action to curb to the issue, which is by planning a vocabulary learning activities or learning programs to enhance their pupils' vocabulary performance. And lastly, for the English teachers in SKIPG, this data will make teachers more aware of which students are weak students and which students are good students, so that they can provide more guidance and attention to the weak pupils, so that the pupils will have more support from the teachers. Apart from that, the teachers also can improve their teaching strategies and methods by including various types of fun activities to increase pupils' involvement in the classroom. So that is all from me.
Let's open for the Q&A session.
Okay, Assalamualaikum, everybody. Good morning to Nur Hasila. Okay, congratulations. Okay, on your presentation. Okay, your research design is quantitative and you mentioned test. Actually, for this kind of research, it is suggested that it should be, we have the pre-test and post-test. For instance, you got two types of tests, A1 and A2. So normally people will do this kind of research is by doing the simple quasi-experimental research, because if you want to test the level of A1, pre-test for A1 and then post-test for A1, and then another round is pre-test for A2 and post-test for A2. Then in the analysis, there will be the t-test for both A1 and A2, pre and post for A1, pre and post for A2, and finally, then you can compare A1 and A2, pre, A1 and A2, post. Okay, that is actually the real process if we want to do such research. But in your case, I think it is some like a shortcut, because you only do once for A1 and once for A2. But my concern is that what is the length period between A1 test and A2 test that you have taken before you do both tests? From A1 to A2, the period, the length, time.
the time for the students
between the two tests.
to answer.
Yeah. No, I mean the length. Okay. Maybe day 1 for one test. Day 11 two tests. So
Yes.
what is actually the length that you have taken?
Actually, for that one, I have conducted both tests in separate day. For example, for test 1, I did on 27th April, and then for the test 2, I did 3 days after that. Because actually I want to give them a gap of 1 week, but for the following week, the pupils are busy with the preparation for examination.
Yeah, I think actually the right time is at least a week.
Yes.
Because if the range is within a week, I think that's why the score that you got is not showing the much difference. That's the thing. That's what I meant. And you mentioned that the mean score for test 1 is only 26.6 and test 2 30.52. So it is mentioned that actually there's a slight difference between both tests, isn't it?
Yes.
So how you interpret that test 1 and test 2 for A1 and A2 is actually helping the students in improving the vocabulary?
I think because most of the words I use in that test are from A1 and A2 level. So I think it is more suitable for the pupils because they are at the primary school. And from the test, they also can gain a new range of new vocabulary, so that I hope that it can help them to improve their vocabulary. Because after I gave them this test, I also provided their teachers with my instruments, and then the teacher said she discussed with the pupils on the answer of both tests, because I have provided the teacher with the schema and also the questions.
Okay, so this is to show which vocabulary types, either A1 or A2, that the score which one is higher for the students. Isn't it? So you're finding A1 is higher than A2, isn't it? Okay, very clear. Okay, thank you.
Okay, before you come up with this study, of course the problems is this lah must we work at based on your practical experience. Okay. Look at the recommendation. Okay, you identified the problem. Okay, then you try to get the solution. So, the activities that you conducted, what are the activities that you conducted besides of that? That may attract them in mastering the concept and enhance their performance.
You mean during my practicum?
Yeah.
I did some of the vocabulary games such as word puzzle, and in which that I put the students into groups, and then they need to put up their hand if they want to circle the answer. And I think by implementing such activity like using word search, and also I use interactive slide game, the pupils give more involvement in that rather than if I ask them to do exercise in the text.
Yeah. During your practicum, you have the assessments. You conducted those activities, and you can see the result based on 3 months of practicum. So, do you relate it with your research? I mean, your experience there with your research?
In my report writing,
In your study. Did you relate what you experienced there with your study?
no, I don't really, because my supervisor suggested that I should not relate my personal information and my personal opinions in the research.
It's not personal information. It's it's not personal what
Opinions.
thoughts or opinions. It's because in practicums you have you do assessment. You can see the students progress, kan? For 3 months, kan? So I think that's the best thing you can relate with your findings and your study here, kan? Nanti you come up with something good.
Yeah.
Boleh selipkan dia. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Dr. Madam. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are having a short break, which is 30 minutes. So please proceed to the culture lobby for refreshments and return at 10:50. Thank you.
Saya komplain di bagi yang saya tu saya tak ada satu. Tak tengok dalam skrip masuk ke nanti. Tapi kita nak tunggu 50 like. Saya tak tahu. Aku tanding kok sampai. Jangan. Sebenarnya yang tadi nanti dulu ni bagi gap kita buat komplain macam tu. Kalau nak kau tanya yang kau punya lepas tu kita buat compare je. Apa yang susah
punya brosur, I dah hantar before vendor.
Tak tahu.
Apa tanya balik bos? Tak ingat dia tentang tulis tu.
Ini. Audience you tak? Audience you ready tak ada. Okay.
We resume the session by inviting Nur Aidil Pidai binti Muhammad.
Okay.
Okay, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
To my dearest panels and my fellow friends and also my warm recognitions. So I have conducted a research on method intertraining perception to the use of English story in the English vocabulary mastery, and I am Nur Aidil Pidai binti Muhammad under the supervision of Madam Roliza binti Abdul Razak, and today I will be presenting on my research. Next. Okay, so the background of the study, the thing that inspires me to do this research is actually based on my personal experience as well, and also the past researches that have been conducted. And from my personal experience actually, when I was reading short story, I think that short story is the only material that we use when in formal settings and also in casual activities. We use, for example, we have literature courses and we use short stories for that, and we also have Wattpad to read the short stories. So based on this personal experience, it is also supported by Tiga years ago, where they said that short stories broadens linguistic knowledge, improves intelligence, stimulates creativity, and raises cultural awareness, and fosters psycholinguistic development, which is good for vocabulary acquisition. And then Al-Kafata also mentioned that the thing that are needed for us as language learners is actually vocabulary, because vocabulary is the heart of the language. Without vocabulary, you cannot know the content of the context that has been portrayed to you. So that is the necessity of acquiring new vocabulary. And then, but there are some things, difficulties in learning vocabulary. But by using literature, the engagement of short stories is also supported by Abdul Radi. They said that by using and engaging into novels, short stories, and reading sections, it can the difficulties of language vocabulary acquisitions can be resolved. Yes. So this is the problem that I have found, and I have decided to do a study on this. First of all, is actually, as I mentioned before, there are difficulties in when we want to learn new vocabulary. Based on our experience as well, there are lots of common causes in pronunciation regarding the exceptions in vocabulary acquisitions. Most of the languages, they have the specific rules for the pronunciation and the sounds, but there are also some irregular vocabulary that have a few notable exceptions. For example, silent letters, silent words like plumber or maybe Q. And we have hard to distinguish those things. So Al-Qahtani also mentioned that there are numbers of elements that contributed to the complexity of the language itself. So I think that short story is one of the main reasons that we can solve this problem. And then other problem is the method of the vocabulary learning by the language learners itself. For language learners, currently they use to memorize, and also they use to note taking the words that they find in the long passage, which is actually, it's not that ineffective according to Paul Bar, because they fail to comprehend, they fail to understand the real context and the real meaning of those words and using it effectively. And then also one of the problems that I wanted to solve using this research is that the problems of acquiring high quality of vocabulary mastery among TESOL students, which is according to MOE 2021, they also stated that we
we as TELTTraC students, we need to acquire at least C1 or C2 level of mastery. And I think that by using short story, it can help us to provide a competent and relevant proficiency skills in our vocabulary skills. Next. So this is my research objectives. I would like to examine TELTTraC training perception to English short stories in improving English vocabulary, and I would like to identify the use of English short stories with TELTTraC students' vocabulary acquisitions. And the questions that will be answered with this research is actually, first is what is TELTTraC teachers' training perception to English short stories to enhance English vocabulary, and what is the use of English short stories to TELTTraC students' vocabulary acquisitions. And I have come up with an hypothesis for this research. I find that there is a significant relationship between the perception of TELTTraC training teachers towards the use of English short stories to enhance TELTTraC students' English vocabulary skills. Next. So this is the significance, the benefits that we can get from my research. First of all, for training teachers, the benefits that we can get is that they can acquire the knowledge of utilization of English short stories to enhance English vocabulary skills, and I do find that the training teachers have positive insights on the use of short stories, but I do think that it can broaden them a bit, to broaden their perception on the use of English short stories and enhance the English vocabulary skills. And for lecturers, they can help to provide solutions to the students by regarding developing vocabulary mastery, and also they can use this research to promote the use of English short story towards the vocabulary skills excellence, and guiding also the students to acquire C1 or C2 vocabulary using short story benefits. And then for IPGM, by this research, they can know that actually there are problems faced by the training teachers to acquire vocabulary skills, and also they can, by this research as well, they can have the idea to how to organize related programs or alternatives to help training teachers to boost their quality of vocabulary excellency. And then, so this is the past research that I have been using to guide myself to this research. First of all, it's from Zhao and Chen. So the gaps in his research is he finds that there are difficulties faced by the ESL students in three different aspects, which is the structure, the content, also the language. So I think that, and their findings also stated that the greatest difficulties in using English academic writing, because in English academic writing lies in the use of English language. So I think that in this research, he also stated that the use of English languages is actually not that common in China. So by using short stories, it can actually familiarize themselves with the use of English. And then the other one is the importance of vocabulary language by Al-Khatani. And Al-Khatani mentioned that in his research is how language is actually made up of words. It's actually an organized of words that making up into a comprehensible sentences. So teaching vocabulary is actually an important part of learning, because you have to understand what you are reading. So by having vocabulary, you can understand the messages and the context that you want to be portrayed. But that is challenging because there are uncertain of like lines in the vocabulary acquisition, which is the putting emphasis on word, or maybe putting stress on certain words and so on. So, and last research that I have been guiding myself into is the vocabulary. Actually, it's 2018, but I've mistook and writing it 2008. It's 2018. Okay, so for the gap in this research, actually the variety of approaches in VIS, which is vocabulary learning strategy, and how it can be influenced by a variety of circumstances, which is constraints, maturity, and so on. In this study, they stated that if we want to acquire the vocabulary, first we must learn about it, and then you have to practice it, and you have to review the sentences, the words, so that we don't forget. So that is one of the use of short story, because in short stories it will consist a lot of words, lots of familiar words, and lots of new words. And with that, you can learn about that word, and not just memorizing it, but be familiarize yourself with the words. Because I do think that if you're just memorizing it, it will just come in your short-term memory and your working memory. It didn't last in your longer memory skills. So if you familiarize yourself with that and you practice using it, so it will last long. Next. So this is my research framework. My independent variable is actually teacher's training perception for the use of English short story, and it depends on English vocabulary mastery. Next. So these are my research design. I use survey. I use quantitative approach with descriptive analysis. And my respondents actually 70 students from the population of RPG KDRI, which is to be specific, total students. With a sample of PISM in June 2020 intake, we have 15 male and 55 female. Okay, so this is the numbers that I use for my data collections. First of all, I use a questionnaire that I have been adapted to these two research, which is from Ismail and Abdul Aziz, and also Abdul Radi. And then after I have adapted these questions, I have come up and made some modifications to it. To the 27 items questionnaire, we have section A, section B, and section C. And I use like a scale with 5 points. Okay. So the data collection process, as I mentioned before, I have done the adaptation from these two. From that to research, and then I use modification method to come up with consensus question with 3 parts of it, and then I use distribute. Before I distribute the questions, I have requested a permission from IPGM through PBI, and after I have granted the permissions, I did some of my pilot studies for the respondents, and then other 60 respondents have been administrated the instruments through Google Forms in WhatsApp. Okay, so this is my data analysis procedures. I use quantitative data analysis and also descriptive analysis. From this descriptive analysis, I have collected mean, mode, differences, and also standard deviations. And I have analyzed data with SPSS 2022, a software that I use to analyze data. Next. So this is my data finding. First of all, the demographic data I have intake 2020 for male and female, 15 male and female 55. And based on this data, we have I can conclude that all of the respondents have been answering these questions. And for findings RT1, for average mean in these findings in that question of section B, we can see that they have average mean of 4.67, indicating that it is a high mean for findings RT1, which is the question section B. And then for section C, I have the average mean of 4.6, which is also an indication of a high mean, because and it proves that they are agreeing to the section C instruments and statements that have been conducted. So the discussions of that finding, the discussions from that finding, I can say that their perceptions towards the use of English vocabulary, the perceptions towards the use of English short stories to enhance the English vocabulary mastery is actually at a high level. And as a proof, I can say that there are one statement, short stories really helpful in upgrading vocabulary acquisition, which is in the mean of 4.7. So that mean is actually quite high, actually in line with the Abdurradi claim that using short stories can enhance creativity and also improve your new exposure to the new vocabulary. And then I also have a statement of short stories that helpful to develop speaking skills, which is the mean of 4.3. This is the lowest mean in my research, in my instrument. Although it's 4.3, it is proven that it's still high, and they have positive neutral rate on the use of short stories. And in summary, I have said that my findings is in line with the studies that I conducted, and it proves that there are positive influence between English short story and training in vocabulary acquisition. And also, based on the findings, Ministry of Education to consider English short story as one of the key construct to use it to their curriculum implementation automation. Okay. So these are conclusions of my findings. The conclusion for perception towards English short story is, if we given the more opportunity to study teachers to use English short story, it can improve their positive views, interpretations, and also ability what they said that beliefs is what actually governs what they do in their classroom, their direction in syllabus, and also how they confront challenges to overcome vocabulary acquisition problems. So if we give them more opportunity, it will actually enhance their perception towards the use of English short story. And then the conclusion for the use of English short stories to lesser students' vocabulary acquisition is that we can note that the growth of or changes of English short story is used to once teachers are deeply involved in using short stories, we can note that their growth and changes keep improving. And then it actually the establishment of their own account to use the short story itself. And then these are the recommendations for my research. First of all, I think that we should broaden the aspects of my research. Instead of using short story, why not be using library portfolio? Because for library portfolio nowadays we are moving to the much modern era, so we don't really use short story, physical short story that much. So by using library portfolio, we can widen the aspects of my research, and then we can use longitudinal study where we can help to overcome this issue. And from Parkinson also stated that this longitudinal study will call for positive learning climate in order to promote those positive emotions on short story. And then for future research implementation, in my study, in my research, I have been using the base of the teacher training institute in Kuala Terengganu, which is most of them are Malay. So I think that it will be interesting if we use it to other research as well, and we broaden the variety with the use of geography sample itself. If we use as we see in Terengganu, we don't really use English that much. But maybe in some places like Johor and Kuala Lumpur, they use it frequently. So there are higher level that they have more higher English language proficiency than us. So we would like to know how they feel about that. So next, so this is the implications from my research. First of all, the self-reflection on training teachers. This is among training teachers, they have to self-reflect on the method of their method of memorization and listing words. So the self-reflection will help to recognize there are several areas of incapabilities in improving their English language by using English language mastery. Maybe they can use it short story instead of just memorizing it. So and then the modeling relationship between English short story and field service teachers, English vocabulary mastery. This is among IPGM and also fellow lecturers. So we have to have the considerable concern of reform so that it can improve training teachers vocabulary mastery. And then the account of the Ministry of Education, as much as we can put the efforts to improve their mastery, as much as the students can put their efforts to improve their mastery, but the power of input lies within the curriculum and programs for the MOE. So it does not only lies in the contents of curriculum, but as well as the how they see the students, how the students see the language as a whole. So next that's it.
Okay. So Assalamualaikum and very good morning. Okay, so congratulations on your presentation. Okay. So based on the RQ1 and RQ2, it is found that the average mean for RQ1 is 4.67 and RQ2 4.60. Okay, my question is that how actually that you want to explain or interpret that the short story really enhance the English vocabulary, because RQ1 and RQ2 more or less the question is perception towards short story enhance English vocabulary. RQ2 use of short stories to students vocabulary acquisition. So how you want to interpret based on the group mean that you have achieved?
Based on the group mean that I have achieved, for RQ1, I have, could you go to the slides of data funding? how to interpret this one. For average mean of 4.67, according to, I don't remember who said that, but I have it in my.
Previously, this morning I mentioned that, right?
But they said that if it's,
Actually, it is very high, not high.
it is a very high. 4.2 is high. 4.67.
4.3 and above is very high.
Very high. So I can see that the interpretation for finding RT1 is that they agree that the use of short story is actually beneficial for their vocabulary mastery. And for RT2, it is also very high because it is above 4.2. And the interpretation of this data is that they are very explicitly saying that it is very positive. That they are agreeing that the use of English short story is helpful for them to gain more vocabulary acquisitions.
Okay. You mentioned the H1 research hypothesis. There is a significant, I think there is a significant is H1, not HO. Okay, so what is the finding for your hypothesis? Because I think you don't mention whether you accepted or rejected.
Yes.
So how?
Let me go to the hypothesis. Okay, so based on the findings that I have mentioned before, there are 4.67 and 4.60. So based on my hypothesis, I said that there are significant relationship between the perception of lesser teacher training towards the use of short stories. I think that based on that finding, my hypothesis is acceptable.
So this statement is for H1 kan, alternative, bukan null hypothesis. So you kena tulis nanti ya. Because your statement is positive, so it is alternative hypothesis is being accepted. You kena mention that one. But you tak ada sebut that in any slide tadi, you tak ada. So you kena sebut this one. Okay. Tak apalah, you sebut semula je lah. Okay. And one more thing is about the overall is the classes that you have studied for. There are 4 classes. So based on the finding, TELTTraC 3 is the highest percentage, the score at 27.2. So what it meant by 27.2 percentage?
Okay, so actually this table is the table for demographic data. I have been disseminating the questions for 4 classes, which is TELTTraC 1, TELTTraC 2, and TELTTraC 3 and TELTTraC 4. As you can see, for TELTTraC 3, they have the highest frequency, which is the highest number of respondents in TELTTraC 3. So percentage of it, so that's why the percentage is high. It's meaning that there are the highest respondent in
Okay, never mind. Okay, thank you. So back to Madam. No question. Okay.
Next, the 6th presenter, Nada bin Zahid.
Okay. Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nada bin Zahid. I'm from TELTTraC 4 and I'm under the supervision of Dr. bin Rahman. And I have conducted a study entitled The Influence of Reading Habits in Improving TELTTraC Teacher Trainees English Language Proficiency. The background of the study, English language skills can be determined through 4 main skills, which are reading, writing, speaking, listening and speaking. TELTTraC teacher trainees have to possess high level of English language proficiency to teach younger generations in future English subjects. As you all know, we will be posted in schools later to teach English subjects to primary school pupils, right? And the process of acquiring another language is not an easy task for both students and teachers, especially in English as foreign language in a context, according to Al-Harbi 2015. TELTTraC trainees have to do additional initiatives and efforts to possess better English language skills, as it is not their mother tongue and they live in an environment that uses Malay language in communication. Although we use English language in the classroom, but outside the classroom we converse with one another using Malay language. So the use of English language only happen in the classroom where the teaching and learning session take place. Next. Statement of problem. The first statement of problem is students only practice reading habits for examination purpose, not necessarily to improve their knowledge. This means that they only read anything reading materials just for the sake of sitting for examinations, but not necessarily to improve their language or develop anything. The second statement of problem, students tend to get immersed in surfing internet and it hinders them from practicing the right practice of reading habits. And the last one is interaction in the classroom is insufficient for TESOL teacher trainees to be better English speakers. They need to practice reading habits as an additional initiative to improve their language skills. These are the research objectives, questions and hypotheses for this study. The first research objective is to identify the most popular reading material that is used to improve English language proficiency. Second RO, to identify the most prominent effect of reading habit in improving TESOL teacher trainees English language proficiency. And the last RO is to identify the relationship between TESOL teacher trainees, reading habits and the effects on their English language proficiency. For the research questions, it is aligned with the research objectives. The first one is what is the most popular reading material that is used to improve English language proficiency. Second one, what is the most prominent effect of reading habits in improving TESOL teacher trainees English language proficiency. And the last RQ is there any relationship between TESOL teacher trainees reading habits and the effects on their English language proficiency? For the research hypothesis, there is a significant relationship between TESOL teacher trainees reading habits and the effects on their English language proficiency. This research is significant for TESOL teacher trainees because as they will be able to acknowledge that reading habits can affect their English language proficiency, they can reflect on their own language proficiency so they know at what level they are at for their English language proficiency, and they can practice measures to possess better English proficiency. For lesson lecturers in IPG, they will know how reading habits can improve the TESOL teacher trainees English language proficiency, and also they will be able to apply suitable teaching strategies as well as provide guidance in helping their students to improve their English language proficiency. As for IPG Malaysia, IPGM, administrators can organize programs that can instill reading habits among teacher trainees, not necessarily TESOL, but maybe in a larger scale, other courses as well. Related past research. The first one, reading habits and its influence on academic achievement among students at Asia Pacific International University by Belen et al. 2019. The findings stated that reading was found to influence students' knowledge acquisition, worldviews, and in English language production. This means that reading habit has impacted positively to students' academic achievement. Second research, reading habits and attitudes of University Malaysia Sabah, Kampus Antarabangsa Labuan, undergraduates by Ahmed conducted in 2016. The findings stated that respondents spend more time using the internet and watching television than they spend for reading. And the last research is extensive reading and English language proficiency by JBB et al. 2016. Learners learn better if they are provided with extensive reading texts. The practice of reading habits as well as the help of reading excessive reading text has helped the respondents or students to improve their English language proficiency. The research methodology that is used for this particular research is quantitative research method, which is survey. The main purpose of survey is to obtain related information from a particular sample, and Google form was distributed via WhatsApp application. And population, I've chose batch PISMP 2021-2026 for this research particularly. There were 126 TESOL teacher trainees for that batch, and 15 of them were involved in the pilot study before the real study was conducted. these are the numbers of students for each class. There were 6 classes of this batch. And as for the real sample, 97 TELTTraC teacher trainees were involved in the real study. The number of 97 has is not those who were involved in the pilot study is not included in the real study. This is my conceptual framework. The left side is the dependent variable, which are reading frequency, reading materials, reading habits, and effects of reading habits. And the right side is the dependent variable, which is the English language proficiency level. As for the research instruments, I have to adapt a questionnaire from past research that is related to my current study. So a questionnaire was adapted from previous research conducted by Ahmad in 2016 entitled Reading Habits and Attitudes of PMS-KAL undergraduates, which consists of 35 items altogether. And after the questionnaire has been adapted, there are 5 sections and there are 41 items altogether in the adapted questionnaire. For the data collection procedures, a questionnaire from past research is adapted according to the research title. Then once I have the adapted set of questionnaire, I have to send it to JBB for the lecturer there to validate it and look at the items, whether it is suitable or not with the title of my research. And after the validation is confirmed, I have to conduct a pilot study. Then pilot study is conducted by distributing the questionnaire to 50 random respondents among TELTTraC teacher trainees from PISMP 2021-2026. And then the data from pilot study is analyzed using SPSS to check its reliability. And this is the score for reliability test. After the reliability is confirmed, I distributed the questionnaire for the real sample, the same questionnaire, because after I've made some amendments, and the questionnaire is distributed via WhatsApp application for the real study to the other teacher trainees who were not involved in the pilot study previously. And then the data collected from the real sample is then analyzed using SPSS to answer the research questions. For the data analysis procedures, I've used 2 types of data analysis. The first one is descriptive analysis to answer research question 1 and 2. Mean and standard deviation are used to analyze and interpret the data findings. The main score indicator table by Maduni 2009 is used. These are the main scores and the indicators. As for the inferential data analysis, it is utilized to answer research question 3, and I've used person correlation coefficient to investigate or to identify the relationship. And I've used strength of correlation by Evans 19 and 96. These are the indicators. For the data findings, as for research question 1, what is the most popular reading material that is used to improve English language proficiency? So the item C2, which is I prefer reading printed books most of the time, recorded the highest mean, 3.87, among all the items in the section. So it is considered as the most popular reading materials among the respondents for them to use during when they practice reading habits. And item C4 recorded the lowest, which is newspaper, and it indicates that newspaper is the least popular reading material for this section. For data findings for the research question 2, what is the most significant impact of reading habits in improving TELTTraC Chinese English language proficiency? Item E1 recorded the highest mean, which is reading helps me to enhance new English vocabulary. This indicates that most of the respondents agree that reading habits can help them to enhance their English vocabulary. And item E10, which is reading helps me to spend less time writing long English text, in which it means that less respondents agree that reading does not help them to spend less time in writing long English text. For data findings, the next set of findings for research question 3, is there any relationship between TELTTraC trainees, reading habits, and the effects on their English language proficiency? So I have to study the relationship between reading habits and the effects on English language proficiency. So the R value stated there is 0.128, which is moderate. And the P value is 0.211. So when, according to MATLAB 2019, when the P value is lower than 0.05, it means that there is significant relationship. But as the P value for research question 3 is greater than 0.05, it means that there is no significant relationship between reading habits and effects on English language proficiency. Discussions. Printed books are the most popular reading materials among TELTTraC trainees from the PISMP 2021-2026, as printed books offer better learning experiences. Respondents can hold them, it is tangible, and it can be accessed anywhere without having to connect to the internet. And it is also supported by a study conducted by Jin and Juhi that stated students recall more information significantly through reading printed books rather than e-books. And the other discussion is majority of the respondents agreed that they can enhance their English vocabulary by practicing reading habits in their daily lives in order to improve one's English language proficiency. Vocabulary is one of the most important aspects that needs to be focused on, as it is an integral part of the language. It is central to communicative competence according to AMSA 2019. This is because English, we are not native speakers of English. So to understand English, TELTTraC trainees need to have the vocabulary in order for them to be able to understand what they read, what they hear, or even to produce the language. And the next discussion, the research hypothesis is rejected. It is contrary with past research, which stated reading can contribute in students' English language production. Conclusion. This study achieved all of the research objectives based on the findings. It is proven that printed books are the most popular reading material that is used to improve English language proficiency based on the mean score obtained in research question 1. The respondents show great understanding and have their own preferences in choosing reading materials that they can use to practice reading habits and improve their English language proficiency. The most significant effect of reading habits in improving TELTTraC teacher trainees' English language proficiency is in helping them to improve their English vocabulary. There are some recommendations from this research to TELTTraC teacher trainees. They should realize the importance of improving their English language proficiency. As I have mentioned before, they are going to be posted to schools to teach English subjects, so they have to possess good English language skills. TELTTraC trainees should also be able to identify the most suitable reading materials that can improve their reading experience. So when they read material that they like, material that they are their favorite reading material, so that the reading process will not be boring and enjoyable. And for the TELTTraC lecturers in IPG, the recommendation is for them to create a new classroom culture during lessons. The new classroom culture include reading culture. For example, maybe lecturers can allocate a few period for the TELTTraC trainees to practice reading habits, and then maybe do some sharing session regarding the reading materials that they have read. Lecturers can also encourage teacher trainees to practice the reading habits in their daily lives. Future researchers can widen the range of this research by investigating the factors that can affect TELTTraC teacher trainees in practicing reading habits, and also conduct the study with a larger sample size than the one conducted now. Implications for TELTTraC teacher trainees, they will be more aware of the influence of reading habits in improving their English language proficiency. This study also exposed TELTTraC teacher trainees with some reading materials that they can use to improve their English language proficiency. And the implications for the TELTTraC lecturers in IPG, lecturers can identify the influence of reading habits in improving TELTTraC teacher trainees' English language proficiency. And also, they will also be able to acknowledge the right practice of reading habits that can be implemented among TELTTraC teacher trainees for them to be able to develop their English language skills and become more proficient English language users. That's it from me. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning and congratulations on your presentation. Okay. I think your research is quite simple, but the finding is really clear. Based on the finding that you shared, the question research 1, it is identified that based on the research, the finding you mentioned that the preferred or popular material is printed book, and question 2, most the majority of the respondents agreed, and the third one, the hypothesis, the relationship, there is no relationship. Although you mentioned it in the alternative hypothesis, so your research hypothesis is rejected. I think I have no question. That is very clear.
Thank you.
Actually, your research question 1 is what is the most popular reading materials that is used, and then it was identified that the printed books. Okay, so the printed books to examine, okay, their enhancements of the language profile kan? The categories of the books.
Oh,
Apa
genre.
dia? Either non-fiction, the fiction, kan?
I didn't put it.
Yeah.
Just the general.
For maybe later, next for your
In
next
future
for your masters later.
InsyaAllah.
You just expand your
Yeah. You can use, yeah.
Yes, yeah. Get the categories. That's what it seems like
Yeah.
very general.
Yeah lah.
Kan?
Okay.
Thank you, Doctor.
So senang. Punya research is so simple and but it very really direct. Itu yang kita nak sebenarnya, relax je. Faham?
Next, Nurul Ain Syarifin binti Muhammad.
Memang nampak. Dia standar. Dia tahu detail. Okay?
Yes. Second, a very good morning to everyone. My name is Nurul Ain Syarifin from Al-Azhar, and I'm here to present my project paper, which is teacher training. Okay, this is the perception for Palette in enhancing collaborative learning. Okay, defined as Palette is a digital tool that provides digital board which encourage people to share in that platform. Okay, so let's look at the background of this study. Let's look at the research by Botin 2014. The rise of digital learning platforms such as Padlet has encouraged students achieving interactions and increasing the engagement collaborative learning process. And for Page 2017, Padlet has become the main choice of many higher institutions to engage students, invite students to engage in a fun and meaningful way. And for Smith and Kroger 2022, incorporate intellectual works and using Padlet to increase the frequency of collaborative learning and improve students' collaborative skills. And in summary, my research delved on the intersection between technology and education. For example, using Padlet as a digital tool can help in enhancing collaborative learning and fostering the students' engagement in the classroom. Okay, let's look at the statement of problem. I have summarized it in 2 levels of analysis, which is number 1, the impact of collaborative learning, which is further supported by Megat 2010. Lack of collaborative learning has demonstrated significant impacts on academic achievement, critical thinking and student engagement in the context of religious curriculums. And for the second level of analysis, which is the connections of impact on Padlet towards collaborative learning. Varying perceptions of Padlet's effectiveness among classroom teacher trainees raise concerns about its uniform implementation, and it is further supported by research from 2017. Evidence that perception toward the medium used for collaborative learning are crucial, as 3.5% found Padlet challenging and confusing. And there are several negative feedback from the past research pertaining Padlet to be less effective and inconvenient. In learning English, this can be very problematic and difficult to be implemented equally. Hence, this research intends to investigate teacher training's perceptions about the use of Padlet in enhancing collaborative learning. Okay, so for research objective, to identify the perceptions of teacher trainers toward the use of Padlet in enhancing collaborative learning, and the number 2, to identify the relationship between teacher trainers' perceived ease of use and perceived usefulness of Padlet in collaborative learning among teacher trainees. And for the RO, what are the perceptions shown by teacher trainees in using Padlet as a medium in enhancing collaborative learning? And number 2, what is the relationship between perceived ease of use and perceived usefulness of Padlet in collaborative learning among teacher trainees? And for the hypothesis are alternative. There is a significant relationship between the perceived ease of use and perceived usefulness of Padlet in enhancing collaborative learning among teacher trainees. Okay, so for the research significant, it benefits 3 parties, which is number 1, teacher trainees. Teacher trainees are able to gain insight into using Padlet for collaborative learning. Teacher trainees can know to what extent does this medium benefits them, and they can learn about their interest on this medium, so they are able to choose, or they can continue to use platforms that are suitable for them, that can facilitate their learning. And for the lecturer, they are able to create a successful collaborative learning environment that can foster student engagement and participation. And last but not least, for the MOE, which is the authority, can be informed or can gain insight on the effectiveness of the implementations of these Padlets in promoting digital technology integration in teaching and learning session. Okay, I have provided 3 past research, 2 from abroad and 1 local. Let's look at the research from Masa et al. 2021, which is to explore Padlet perception for collaborative learning at the King College London. And the majority of the students find Padlet easy to use and interesting. However, there is a minority of students had negative perceptions, finding Padlet neither useful nor beneficial. And for finding from Fisher 2017, positive students' attitude to Padlet due to its diverse resources and its ability to enhance collaborative skills and classroom engagement conclude that Padlet contributes to improve collaborative learning and makes the learning experience more enjoyable and meaningful. For the local context, we can see that from a research made by Anwar et al. 2019, he explores students' attitude and satisfaction with Padlet in online linguistic classroom in Malaysia. Most students find Padlet interesting, useful, and very helpful. They appreciate the unlimited opportunities for discussions and sharing reading materials. And however, 3.5% found Padlet challenging. Hence, all these past research are aligned with my findings of these research that will be further explained at the finding RO 1 and 2 later. And for the research theories, I use the term which is technology acceptance model, which is being developed by Davis to explain how individuals accept and use technology. It considers 2 key factors, which is perceived ease of use and perceived usefulness. That helps identify the relationship between teacher training and perceived ease of use and teacher training perceived of usefulness in collaborative learning. Okay, so this is my conceptual framework. In this research, the RB is the perception toward the use of Padlet, and in enhancing the collaborative learning is the DD, meaning that these 3 sections will contribute to the perception toward Padlet using the term technology model, whether it's positive, neutral, or negative, and will lead to the collaborative learning and enhancement or what more using the collaborative learning theory. Okay, so for the methodology, I have chosen quantitative method using a survey design with a questionnaire. Why survey? Because survey offers versatility, efficiency, and cost effectiveness by RAC 2017. And for the sampling, I've chosen 70 PI sampling consultant 2020 students at PG DRI with the sample of 59 students selected based on Crazy and Morgan sampling sample. And for the pilot study, I've chosen 11 participants. And for the main study respondent, for the Class 1, we got 16 students, for Class 2, 15 students, from the Class 3, 18 students, and from Class 4, 10 students. Why 10? Because another 10 already participated in the pilot study. Okay, for the research instrument, this questionnaire instrument was adapted from research entitled Enhancing Classroom Engagement through Padlet as a learning tool, a case study by Bahasa et al. 2020. It consists of 24 items with 4 sections, which is section A, demography, section B, teacher parents attitude, which is the answer for the RO1, And the section C and D, which is teacher training's perceived ease of use and teacher training's perceived usefulness, that is the answer for the RO2. For the pilot study was participated by 5 males and 6 females from TELTTraC. It being analyzed pilot study using SPSS for combat alpha value for reliability and got the 0.97 as the result, and this is a very highly consistent result, and this indicates that this research can be further expanded into further research and analysis. Okay, for the data collection procedure, data collected via Google Forms to easy accessibility. Then I got approval obtained from GTPI to collect data from FGTKI teacher trainees. And then I conducted a pilot study with 7 teacher trainees to test question reliability using Google Form. And then I realized pilot study using SPSS and got the 0.97 as the result. And questionnaire being distributed via WhatsApp with 1 week completion window. My research data is being analyzed using SPSS. Okay, for data analysis procedure, I've used descriptive analysis, which is utilize descriptive statistic, which is mean, to prove the perceptions of teacher trainees toward Padlet, and Pearson correlation coefficients to employ to identify the correlation between perceived ease of use and perceived of usefulness of Padlet in collaborative learning among teacher trainees. Okay, so let's move on to the finding of RO1 with the question: what are the perceptions of teacher trainees toward the use of Padlet in enhancing collaborative learning? Let's look at the overall score, which is 4.19. The mean score for this perception variable is 4.19, indicating a positive perception, referring to the mean interpretation table by Hidayanto 2013, which is indicate 3.67 to 5 high positive perceptions. Generally, the majority of teacher trainees have positive perception for Padlet. Evidently, there are 2 items where the majority of the respondents strongly agree that Padlet has provided them positive experiences in using Padlet during collaborative learning. We can see here that item C5, I think using Padlet for collaborative learning is beneficial, and I think using Padlet for collaborative learning is a good idea. And it got me 4.4 and 4.3 with 36 of the respondents equal to 61% agree with this statement. And for item C6, got more disagree here. 5 people disagree with this statement compared to other items. However, the mean is still high, referring to this interpretation table, and it still reflects a good degree of perception of teacher trainees for the use of Padlet in enhancing collaborative learning experience. Also, this is also aligned with the research conducted by Bahasa 2014, as we found that there are several students who perceive Padlet as not only method in increasing classroom engagement. I have read another research from another researcher, and they can conclude that some respondents find GC and Kahoot as learning method as the most suitable learning method compared to Padlet. Okay, so for the RO2, what is the relationship between perceived ease of use and perceived usefulness in collaborative learning among teacher trainees? So I've used the Pearson correlation coefficient, and for this, we can see here that the correlation between usefulness and ease of use is 0.77. We can refer to the value of R here, means that the relationship is very strong. For the significance, it is 0.00. We can see it here. April 2019 mentioned that the significant value of 0.00 indicates that the relationship is statistically significant. So for the discussion, positive relationship found between perceived ease of use and perceived usefulness, and between perceived ease of use and attitude to Padlet. The relationship is strong and statistically significant. Teacher training who found Padlet easy to use were more likely to perceive it as useful. Hence, the hypothesis alternative is accepted. Okay, so for the recommendation, for further researcher can expand research to a larger and diverse sample including different teacher trainings, for example PSB and PM. This improvement can lead to wider range of data and deeper understanding of teacher training perceptions for the use of Padlet for enhancing collaborative learning. And then after that, they also can consider researching the perception of practitioner educator regarding the collaborative learning tools. because practitioner and teacher trainers may have different perceptions. But Padlet, last but not least, further research can investigate factors influencing teacher trainers' perception of Padlet and its impact on collaborative learning. So for the implications, teacher trainers change perception about Padlet value in collaborative learning. Recognizing the value of Padlet in enhancing collaborative learning is very transformative. It can be a great tool to enhance collaborative learning and can foster learning engagement. And for the lecturer, as a lecturer, it's very crucial to promote innovative ways to utilize Padlet in assignments and group work as it offers more interactive and enjoyable learning. And for the MOE, it can highlight the roles of technology in improving teacher quality and study curriculum. This can help MOE in modernize and enhance the quality of our education system. Okay, so for the conclusion, teacher trainees has a positive perception of Padlet in enhancing collaborative learning with the mean 4.19. Some respondents may have negative perception of certain parts of Padlet, but most of them find Padlet to be useful. Overall, but Padlet positive perception enhance efficient learning, collaborative skill, and educational experiences. And for objective 2, positive correlation between perceived ease of use and perceived usefulness is found. User friendliness leads to a positive attitude and perception of Padlet for collaborative learning. Thus, hypothesis alternative is accepted. With that.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Very good morning to afternoon. Okay. Congratulations for your presentation. Okay. Your topic is perception towards Padlet enhancing collaborative learning. But based on the statement that you mentioned, tengok statement of problem, back. You mentioned the impact of collaborative learning, the connection of impact on Padlet towards collaborative learning. So, actually, your title is only the perception. I think when you write the statement of problem, you should not mention the impact, because actually for research that relate to impact, we have to do the pre and post, before and after the things you conduct. So I think the statement of problem you have to rewrite again, make it correction, because if you state the impact, so the RO and the RQ should also mention the impact. So now, but now is the RO and RQ is only the identifying the perception and only identifying the relationship. So it just mentioned that collaborative learning is something that what? Okay, no need to mention the impact.
Actually, this draft is given by my supervisor.
Tak apalah, betulkan je sikit, tak apa. Because your, I think your RO and RQ is very clear. Perception, the identify perception and relationship. Okay. So statement of problem is having a problem. A bit lah, tak apa, nak tukar je. Kita we don't want you to study the impact, because you are only surveying the perception. And I think your finding for RO1 and RO2 is clear. Okay. RO1, the group mean is 4.19, and it is categorized as high. Okay. Actually, it is high positive perception lah. Yeah. I think it is mentioned clearly that there are some items that scored highest, kan? That is, using Padlet for collaborative learning is beneficial, but the lowest is some of the respondents refuse to use Padlet. So why? Do you have any ideas why the 5 respondents refuse to use Padlet?
Oh, as I said in the last segment, the past research by Bahasa 2014 indicates that some of respondents find Padlet is not only medium to collaborative learning, because they find Google Classroom or Kahoot as a medium that is more suitable for collaborative learning, because there are some features that offer in Google Classroom or Kahoot that are not in Padlet. For example, like marking. In Padlet, we cannot mark the task, but in GC or Kahoot, teachers can mark the task. So maybe that become one of the factors why they prefer GC or Kahoot.
Yeah. So it is very clear that some of the respondents refuse to prefer Padlet. Okay. And for the RO2, based on the alternative hypothesis it is accepted. So when it is accepted, what it is actually meant in your case? The alternative hypothesis is actually accepted, but what is actually interpret in the whole study?
Okay, so hypothesis alternative is accepted, meaning that there is significant relationship between perceived ease of use and perceived usefulness. Perceived ease of use meaning that how one judgment the apps whether it is easy to use or not, and perceived usefulness meaning that the judgment of individual whether the apps can be beneficial for them or not. So when they find Padlet easy to use, meaning that they are more likely to use the Padlet for their cooperative learning classroom of learning.
Okay, clear. Thank you. Madam, any question? No. Okay. Tak betul kan? Ya. Alright.
Nurul Atira binti Aminuddin.
Lewat jenazah sampai. Jenazah dari 3. Lewat pukul 12. Lewat. Tapi dia siap lah. Dia baru nak mandi kalau malam tak sempat. Dia terus sampai. Kat rumah itu dia. Kat rumah dia. Baru sampai. Jenazah baru tiba di rumah almarhum pukul 12. Kalau tak mandi lagi tak sempat. Kan? Kalau mandi tak nanti dia tak sempat. Sebab kat hospital kat siang tak siang. Lambat sebab postmortem tu lambat. Kita masalah dua tak mandi lagi. Tong-tong tu balik rumah lagi tak mandi. Kita dah pukul 12. Okay?
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh to everyone.
Waalaikumsalam.
My name is Nurul Atira binti Aminuddin, and today I'm presenting my research entitled.
Wait, your form tak ada ni?
Ni?
Baru bagi.
Saya dah letak tadi.
Baru letak, sorry.
It's okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So, my research entitled Peers Influence on English Language Proficiency among TESOL Students in IPZ Kerajaan. I'm going to make this quick. So let's us go into the background of the study. As everybody is well aware, English proficiency among English as second language students, us, is considered crucial that defines the identity, attitude, and character of themselves. This is because language proficiency includes the fluency, pronunciation, grammar, and the usage of language as a whole. So we can conclude that language proficiency acts as our identity as TESOL students. And then, however, the most crucial factor that affects one language proficiency under social factors in this study is peers influence. I have provided three statements that support my statement above, which is the first one is that young people spend most of their time surrounded by their friends, especially students, regardless of whether in school setting or non-school setting. And this is because students spend most of their time daily at school surrounded by friends. Even if after they finish school, they also spend their time with their friends. So this research is done by Ospina in 2020. And other than that, there's also a research done by University 2020 saying that Malaysian school system is held around 6 to 7 hours daily. After that, when they get home, they will go to hang out with their friends again, playing football and so on. So we can simply say that in children's life, their peers is considered as one of the most crucial factors, especially during that age. And then the next one is that the findings stated that the interaction among peers give them the specified exposure of themselves to one another. The exposure includes the way of thinking, opinion, language, as well as behavior. And this statement is introduced by Ribeiro et al. In 2016. Okay, move on to the statement of problem.
So, Xuyen et al. In 2020 has done a research that focused on English as foreign language students. And the study claimed that students found it so difficult to learn a new language when they have no one to talk to in the targeted language. And for us, it is English language. And that is undeniable that peer influence is considered as one's language proficiency. To explain further, learning a new language is more difficult when you don't use it. So we use it to improve the language proficiency because language is not to be learned, it is to be spoken. And when you connect the dot, it's really explaining that peers really influence in someone's English language proficiency. However, this cannot be confirmed because there is barely any research done on this topic in a tertiary level context, especially among teaching English as second language students, TESOL students. As claimed by Benders 2019, this can be considered as an issue because it's still unclear of how far peers' conversational interaction affects their language development as a whole. So, therefore, this research is done to investigate the peers' influence on English language proficiency among TESOL students in IPG KRI, focusing on PRSMP June 2023 as the data collection will be collected and distributed among them. So for my research purpose, there are three elements, which is research objectives. To determine PRSMP June intake 2023 students' perception towards peers' influence on language, on English language proficiency among TESOL students, and to identify any significant difference between male and female students on peers' influence on English language proficiency. And for my research question, what is TESOL students' perception towards peers' influence on English language proficiency among them? And second one is that, is there any significant difference between male and female students on peers' influence on language proficiency? And for my hypothesis, there's only one, which is there is no difference regarding peers' influence on English language proficiency between male and female students of class of PRSMP June intake 2023. Then, for moving on to the research significance, my study is able to benefit three parties. The first one is TESOL trained teachers in IPG. This is because even though we study the same course, which is the English course, our language proficiency vary from one another. So my study helps benefit you into thinking that we should take this opportunity to influence one another in a positive way. And then for the second one is that my study is able to benefit TESOL lecturers in IPG because when they know that the peer influence among their students is really high, they'll be able to set an effective and meaningful classroom environment so that all of their students are able to influence one another in a positive way. And then lastly is IPG Malaysia. For IPGM, this study is able to benefit them to come up with a better approach to the students in terms of content, in terms of syllabus and so on. And they'll be able to overcome any problems by conducting and organizing related program because they know that the influence is high, they know how to approach the students. So, moving on to the related past researches. For my research, there are three main past researches that I mainly refer to. The first one is by Xuyen et al. In 2020, by Rushina et al. 2018, and by Kelly et al. 2021. So you can look, I also provided the title for each of the study, and these three researchers pretty much investigate the same idea, which is the influence that peers hold on one's language proficiency. And for the first study, this study discussed about the impacts of peer influence among English as foreign language students. And this study stated that the major issue faced by the EFL students is where they do not have someone to talk to in the targeted language, so they cannot improve their language. And then for the second study is that the research aimed to identify and study the factors that contributed to the low level of speaking proficiency in English. This study is done among the Malaysian undergraduates,
And the finding concluded that low speaking level of proficiency among undergraduates in Malaysia is caused primarily by their environment and exposure, which are teachers and also peers. And then last one is that the third research study about how children's environment in terms of peers prepare them to succeed academically and socially as they grow up. So therefore, these three researches support my study, even though they were done in different, being done in different setting and different age group. Okay, for the research conceptual framework, this is my research conceptual framework, and as everybody is aware, there are two variables, which are independent variables and dependent variables. For independent variables, it can be explained as the expected cost, which is peers influence, and the dependent variable can be explained as the expected effect, which is the English language proficiency among the students in TELTTraC. And then moving on to the research design, I chose a qualitative approach, which is survey, and I distribute questionnaire to the respondents. And then for the population and sample, I take the TESOL students of PSMP June intake 2023 in TELTTraC is chosen as the population as they face the issue discussed in the research and able to provide a valid data upon the topic. And my respondent, there is a number of 44 respondents from PSMP TESOL June intake 2023 in TELTTraC. For the instrument used in data collection, in the questionnaire, I provide Likert scale for the respondents to answer. I provide 5 Likert scales: strongly disagree, disagree, neutral, agree, and strongly agree, based on Likert 2023. Likert scale allows people to express the degree of agreement and disagreement precisely, so that the data that I collect is more accurate. And then I also use Google Form to distribute my questionnaire to the respondents, and I also adapted the instrument from a research done by Rusina et al. In 2018, which is tak nampak, but low speaking proficiency in Malaysian undergraduate. I adapted their questionnaire, and I made my own questionnaire, which consists of 17 items in total. Okay, for the data collection procedure, you can see there's 4 steps that I took, which is the first one: researchers have to find suitable questionnaire from the past researchers that can be adapted from the study, which I mentioned before. I adapted my questionnaire from the past researchers, and then the researcher must file a request for permission from IPGM to Pusat Penyelidikan and Inovasi to distribute the questionnaire to the IPG career students. And then once granted, the researcher will proceed with pilot study of this research with a total of 10 respondents to identify the reliability and validity of this instrument. And lastly, if the reliability and the validity satisfy the researcher, then only the questionnaire will be distributed to the whole sampling respondents with a duration for them to complete the survey. Okay, moving on to the data analysis procedures. There are 2 types of data analysis procedures. The first one is descriptive analysis. Descriptive analysis is used to put data collected into summarization, which are through mean, mode, median, frequencies, and standard deviation. And this data descriptive analysis is used to cater the first research objective, which is to determine PSMP. To determine the SMP June intake 2023 students' perception towards peers' influence on English language proficiency among TESOL students. While for the other data analysis procedure, which is the information analysis, it is a method to measure reliability of the conclusion about the population. And this data analysis procedures captures the second objective of my study, which is to identify the significant difference between male and female students on peers' influence on English language proficiency. And I collect this
I calculated this data through the usage of t-test to compare the difference. Okay. Moving on to the data finding. As you can see, this is data finding for the first research question, which is what is the TESOL students' perception towards peers' influence on English language proficiency among them. As you can see, I also provided the mean score interpretation, and sorry, I forgot to circle. The mean for this is 4.10. So I interpret this mean as high because 4.10 is higher than 3.68. So the peer influence on English language proficiency among TESOL students is high, which means they influence each other pretty well. Next data finding is data finding to tackle the second research question, which is there any significant difference between male and female students on peers' influence on language proficiency? And I used the test to determine this question, and I'm sorry, I'm supposed to circle the upper ones, not the bottom one, so that P is 0.643. P is not 0.622. So the value of P is larger than 0.05, which means according to N 2019, there is no significant difference between the variables if calculated the computed data is higher than 0.05. Thus, it can be concluded that the null hypothesis of this study is accepted as the probability value is higher than 0.05. Next, the discussion is quite simple. The descriptive data analysis showed that the peers' influence on English language is high, considering that the mean is 4.10. They are highly influenced by one another's English language proficiency, and the probability values obtained from the independent sample t-test shows that the p-value is higher than 0.05. Therefore, there is no significant difference between the perception of male and female teacher trainees on peers' influence on language proficiency. Thus, this can be concluded that the hypothesis of this study is accepted. So, next. Okay, for the recommendation, I have a lot more recommendations, but these three are the main recommendations that I came out with based on the experience that I have in conducting the research. The first one is to create a better learning experience in IPG outside classroom, and by encouraging TESOL students to converse in English. Based on the finding, the peers' influence among the students in IPG Career is really high. So encouraging them to converse in English improves their language proficiency as a whole. And then the second one is to change the data collecting method. This is because many students were using the same platform, which was Google Form, that made the respondent miss out on answering some other questionnaire. So this is because I was one of the respondents of many as well. So I got confused whether I have answered the questionnaire or not. So by trying new online platforms such as Survey Legend can really help differentiate your questionnaire from other researchers' questionnaire. So it helps. And then the third one is to choose a larger population group. This is because the more respondents answer to your questionnaire, the more accurate your findings will be. Okay. And then lastly, okay. And then lastly is the implication. There are three parties that are affected by the study. The first one is English teachers. This is because based on the data findings, the teacher can use this proven study to set a good learning experience between peers and normalize the students to speak in proper English because they influence each other really high. And then the second one is training teachers in IPG. They will be well aware of the high influence they have among one another, and by doing that, they will use grammatically correct language to improve their language proficiency. The last one is the Malaysian Ministry of Education. By using the data finding that I collected,
they'll be able to conduct appropriate programs to improve students' language proficiency. For example, they'll give opportunity for students to blend in with the peers of different language levels so that the advanced students can influence the other students. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so thank you. Assalamualaikum and very good afternoon. Okay. Your focus of the study is the influence of peers. So for RQ1, the data analysis shows that the mean score is 4.10. It is the category is high. So is it true that we can say that peers actually give an impact towards the achievement of the improvement of the language proficiency among the respondents that you study?
Yes, based on the study that I conducted, I can confidently conclude that peers influence one another in terms of language proficiency. This is because when in class, we converse in English, kan? Right. And then we can improve our language proficiency by listening to our friends talking to one another and simply conversing in English. Because for example, I take vocabulary wise. For example, some of the words that I know, you might not know. So by conversing with one another, it helps improve your vocabulary as well. So
because the mean is only high, not until the very high. I mean, the very high mean is actually 4.3 and above. Okay, but maybe this is the shows that actually the peers is also give an impact also. Okay, and for RQ2, it is clearly stated that the findings of the t-test is the value of P is 0.622. Okay, so you mentioned that there is no difference. When you say there is no difference between the variables, so what is actually the interpretation of this RQ2 questions? The research question, actually what is meant by no difference?
there is okay, wait. This means that the gender, the influence. So, so that means whether you're male or female, it's still high. The difference on the difference.
Okay, because the findings showed that the male 4.31, female 4.41. Okay, so it is a slightly differ lah, but overall there is no difference. Meaning male and female is almost the same. The impact. Okay, thank you very much.
Go to research purpose. Yeah. Research purpose. Research. Okay. Okay, look at your objective. Determine SMP June intake, students' perception towards peers' influence. Okay, peers' influence on language profi. So, on language profi, what are the components? So I wonder, language profi on what part?
So based on the discussion that I've done with my supervisor, I actually suggested that I want to do different components like fluency and, for example, vocab and so on. But she said it will be easier if we take it from the larger view, meaning we just take it generally. Yes.
But I think when you talk about research, you need to focus on the you have to narrow down on which part that you want to focus more and you want to highlight on. Okay, go to background. Okay, you look at your background. Language property includes the fluency, pronouns, grammar kan. There are many factors affecting. So kat sini you dah letak the point there. But when it comes to you, when you know, you work on the study, you make it generally. Tapi kita tak nampak kat mana, yang mana part mana yang influence tu. Okay, because study research you need to focus. Apa sebenarnya you nak? Okay, and then another thing you go to the past researchers. Related past, okay. You tengok effect of peers assessment, tajuk dia. Lepas tu study discuss impact, peer assessment, kan? So, issue face. So, apa kena mengena dengan dia punya language profit? Yang tu boleh. Finding concluded the low speaking, low profit kan? Profit, okay ada. That is about proficiency. But yang lain tu it seems like kan you tak fokus. You're not kan. So your past researchers okay review they should be something about profit. All about profit. It's not assessment lah apa. So what effects of assessment? Kan.
So only this one needs to be changed. Is that what you mean?
So add more on profit.
On profit. Okay. Cari semua yang profit. Kalau dia cakap assessment, so it has to be with the assessments kan. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next, Nur Izzati binti Azman.
Okay.
Atas tu.
Macam titik tiga. Angan robot tu tak nampak.
Okay. Assalamualaikum and good afternoon everyone. My name is Nur Izzati binti Azman from Cluster 4. So today I will be presenting my research paper entitled Teachers of Teacher Trainees Perceptions on the Effectiveness of Watching English Movies in Vocabulary Mastery. So we move to the introduction. According to Fauzi, 2021, English has been used extensively in many fields including medical, engineering and also education, and it involves us as a teacher trainee. And the second one is Rodrigo Tovavira. She said that vocabulary is essential for learning a second or foreign language because without it, speakers are unable to fully understand others or express their own emotion. In a simple context, without vocabulary, people can convey nothing. Yet, Yasir and moreover, Yasir and Farisa claim that watching movies is a great way to learn a language because people can learn many new words and how to use them correctly by seeing how native speakers do it. Next, there are three problem segments here. First one is low vocabulary knowledge. According to Al-Qahtani, low vocabulary knowledge causes serious issue for its students, which ultimately hinders their ability to acquire the English language. For example, during my previous practical, majority of my students have a very low vocabulary knowledge, so that it's hard for me to teach them English and it is hard for them to learn English as well. Next is challenges in vocabulary learning for English language learner, which is teacher training. According to Superman and Haynes, vocabulary is frequently perceived by English language learners as their biggest obstacle to accessing knowledge from classroom texts. And last but not least, student read less. According to Ferguson 2020, students now read less than any other generation did and are less likely to learn reading than young people were in the past. There are now more platforms than ever to read on thanks to the digital revolutions. Next. Okay, this is my research objective and questions. My first objective is
to identify PSMP TESOL teacher training's perceptions on the effectiveness of watching English movies in enhancing English vocabulary. And the second objective is to determine the difference in perceptions between male and female students in using English movies to enhance English vocabulary. So, and my research question, the first question is, what is the teacher training's perceptions on the effectiveness of watching English movies to enhance English vocabulary? And the second one is there a difference between male and female perceptions on the effectiveness of watching English movies to enhance English vocabulary? Okay, this is my research hypothesis, which is not hypothesis. There is no significant difference between male and female teacher trainees' perceptions on the effectiveness of watching English movies to enhance English vocabulary. This is my research significance. There are two to society and also two teacher trainees. For society, promoting English movies as a tool for learning with a particular focus on vocabulary and grammatical skills. This research is conducted to show the society, especially language learner, that movie can be one effective tool to learn vocabulary. So the second one is teacher trainees. First, we provide valuable insight into the effectiveness of English movie for teacher trainees in improving their vocabulary skills. And then, the teacher trainees can utilize this study to come up with the idea of using movies as one of the teaching methods during the next practicum, or maybe during the future, because we are teachers.
Next picture.
And this is the research stories that I applied in my research by sample question. There are two hypotheses, which is acquisition learning hypothesis, also monitor hypothesis. According to questions, acquisition is a subconscious process while learning is a conscious. Watching English movies is a fun way to learn without trying too hard, because we pick up new words without even noticing it. And then the monitor hypothesis, according to questions, the purpose of learning is to watch and change the utterances that are made while the process of acquisition is taking place. So here, watching English movies can act as this monitor, helping TESOL teacher trainees enhance their vocabulary. Because when we watch movies, we can pick up commonly used words and phrases that we heard from the movies. And then we can use the word or sentence that we pick up from the movies into the real life situation. Okay, this is my conceptual framework, the independent variable is English movie. And the dependent variable is TESOL teacher trainees perception on the effectiveness of watching English movie in vocabulary mastery. This is past research that I'm referring to while I'm doing my research. The first research is by Shaha and Dia, entitled Students' Perceptions on the Use of English Movies to Improve Vocabulary Mastery. And the findings show that the majority of students concur that watching English movie can help with daily English usage. This gives positive feedback. And the second one, study entitled College Students' Perception on Using Movies for Vocabulary Learning by Vidya, Setia and Luciana. And the findings show that students agree that movies are good for learning some new terms by watching the movie and improving their vocabulary development. And the last research by Michael, Jenny and Nita also entitled Student Perception on the Use of Movie for Vocabulary Mastery also shows that 65.6% of students agree with the claims that watching English movie provides an opportunity for acquiring vocabulary. So all of this research show the positive result and feedback. Okay, this is the methodology that I use. The respondent I use is homogeneous sampling, which is my batch. 70% as of June 2020. 10 for pilot study, and the rest 60 is my actual respondent. The research I use is research and quantitative design, and I use questionnaires with it adapted from past research. 5-point like a scale. Research improvement is survey consists of 2 sections. The first section is demographic information, and the second section is TESOL teacher trainees perception. And the data analysis is first transfer data to spreadsheet, record the data and transfer data to SPSS version 2020 to get the descriptive analysis and inferential analysis. That's the data procedure. first I prepare the instrument and then I submit to my
Yeah.
supervisor. And then after I get her approval, I submit the instrument to the TPI and then get the approval from Puan Rodiana and TPI. And then I transform the instrument to Google Form and run a pilot study and do a reliability test and conduct the survey to the sample. So this is my pilot study. Okay. Here 0.9 and above is bad. So here I got 0.949. So the best. So this is my findings for RQ1. So here the total meter shows that 4.32, which is very high here, very high.
Yeah.
So the respondent agreed that watching this movie is effective in enhancing their English vocabulary. Next. Okay, this is fine for RQ2. The P value here is 0.382, which is higher than 0.05, means that there is no significant difference between genders. Based on the findings, the students agree that watching this movie improves the learner's vocabulary acquisition, and it is aligned with all of the past research that also shows the positive feedback, positive result. So this is the conclusion for RQ1, which is the teacher trainees had positive perception of watching English movie for vocabulary mastery, since the perception mean obtained is 4.32. And then the conclusion for RQ2 is there is no significant difference between male and female teacher trainees in terms of the perception of the use of English movie for improving the mastery of vocabulary. Here is the recommendation for the future researcher. The first one is implement a qualitative approach, because when we do a qualitative approach, we will gain a deeper understanding.
It's on.
We will get a deeper understanding of how English movie are used in English learning, particularly for vocabulary mastery, because when we're doing qualitative approach, the data will be more specific and more detailed. And then the next one is add more population at IPGM level, because bigger group can provide more useful feedback. And with a big group like the IPGM level, the result will be clearer and easier to understand, because it highlights the distinction between the various IPGs in the term of employing English movie for learning English vocabulary. Next. So the last one, okay. For the implication, first is embracing English movie for English language teaching and learning. Teachers can create lively and enjoyable learning environments in movies, because we know movies is entertaining, so the student will never get bored with it. And then the next one is showing people that English movie is a great tool for learning, because it is fun, interesting, and also educational at the same time. And it is a tool that teacher trainees and everyone else should appreciate in their language journey. And the last one is reinforce the relevance of English movie in education. This research shows that English movies are great for teaching language, especially for future English teachers. And it is a tool that should always be used in education at all levels, since English movies has been proven to be one of the useful tools for teachers and students in the long run. So that's all.
Okay. Okay, so thank you. This is the final one. Ada lagi satu kan? Okay, so thank you. Assalamualaikum and very good afternoon. So your research is watching movies. In general, do you think that watching movie can help improving your vocab?
Yes, because this is my experience. Based on my experience, to be honest, I don't really good in English. And then I learned English, including vocabulary, through movies.
during my PT3 and also SPM, I for English subject, I improved my English language from watching English movies.
Okay, I think maybe kalau in future if you do Masa PhD, the genre of the movie should be really specific.
Genre.
Because so many types of movies.
Yeah.
Macam-macam kan. So kalau nak buat masters or PhD, the focus maybe can be more specific. Whether it is the educational movie, love movies and so on lah. Macam-macam kan. So it is too general. Sebenarnya kalau buat research sebenarnya tak boleh sangat too general ni. Because it is too general, the finding I think not specific. So we cannot depend on the your findings. Tapi tak apalah because this is your level kan. I think the score is 4.32 is very high because it is more than 4.2. Okay. So my concern is the female and male difference because it is only a set difference that for male the mean is 4.43 and the female is 4.28. So your RQ2 mentioned that is there a difference? So it is more or less like the null hypothesis juga kan? Kurang. So the answer is no difference. No significant difference. Itu tak no significant difference. Ada kan? No significant difference between. Okay. So if there's no significant difference, so what can you interpret based on this finding? Your interpretation. When the respondent watch movies, so you mentioned that there's no significant difference. So what is actually meant for male and female respondent in watching movie that improve the vocabulary?
Actually, there's a research that I read that they claims that both male and females have different preferred ways in learning vocabulary. And then they say that female acquire the language easier than male.
And
then
later on, what happened?
And then we find soalan doktor is there any differences? Is there anything that you can see the differences that you can see?
There's no difference.
Yalah, no different. I think how you want to interpret between male and female, how you interpret because you mentioned there's no different kan? But maybe the different is only on certain items or certain things, because you mentioned just now that there's some research that the preferable of male and female is different. Itulah I nak tahu maknanya you kalau ada different resource that you have read, I think you maybe you can find something.
Okay, so
I think that's something on the things that the difference between male and female is the preferable maybe. But your study is only focused on this one. So you dah mention dah sebenarnya tadi there's actually a different but in different types of study. Itu je jawapannya. Jawab dah, dia tak faham je. Okay, that's the thing. Okay.
So now you think that watching English movies improve your vocab. Right. Besides English movie, what other movies that you watch? Audience, what other movies that you watch besides English? Korean. And speak Korean well? Why you turn on the subtitles?
Okay, because I think why I also watch Korean movies, but why I cannot speak Korean like English? Because I have set my mind, I want to watch this movie, I want to improve my English, and then that's why I really when they talk or what I really focus on what they are saying. Instead of Korean movies, I just watch them because of it's just interesting to watch, not because of I want it to be educational or what.
Okay, so moral of the story. When it comes to study research, you need to come up with study goals. Okay, kita start with boleh cakap dia just because of you watch that and you get this, you can. Tapi kan, you watch Korean kan?
That's why the effect is not the same.
Even you ada Bollywood semua kan, you
Yeah.
still turn on the subtitles kan? So that's why the importance of study, the evidence. Nak menguatkan. Kita boleh cakap je. We can just say that English really enhance my vocab, my language profile. Tapi
But
what is the evidence? So you tak boleh cakap je, you have to show. Okay, so you dah ada, tak boleh sama.
That's the thing. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
One more last. Nampak dah kena kejar. Ada lagi tak ada. Kita ni ada plan 2 ada lagi. 2 nice to update ni. Okay. Form ni mana form? Form tak ada. Kan? Form 10 tak ada. Ada tak? 9 je tak? Ni ada 9 je ni. Aduh, tak ada markah ha? Tak ada form, tak ada markah. Aduh, dia letak merata. Barulah tak ada markah. Nangis. Tak ada form keluar, tak ada markah. Okay, proceed.
Okay. Alright, Assalamualaikum and a very good afternoon. I bid to my respected lecturers and also my fellow friends that were still patient in here to be with us, to be with me. So today I will be presenting to you my research, which is metacognitive reading strategies used by activity kindergarten training teachers during pre-reading to improve pupils' reading comprehension. Okay. Alright, so the purpose why I'm doing this kind of research is because we know that reading is a fundamental skills which involves recognizing, pronouncing, interpreting, understanding the reading text and relate it with our background knowledge. So in PPPM, Malaysia Education Blueprint 2013-2025, it is stated that the main criteria success for primary school students is actually to succeed 100% basic literacy for Malay and English. So to achieve that kind of success criteria, we need to do some kind of work to do. And before proceed with the achievement to achieve the success criteria, pupils in Malaysia have not met the syllabus expectations and have limited ability to comprehend what they are reading. So basically, we know that teachers is the classroom maker in the classroom to provide the best for the students. So this is when language teachers are advised to try teaching different types of reading strategies suitable for pupils' needs according to the level of proficiency. Okay, so this is when metacognitive reading strategies take hands, when these strategies contribute to students' reading comprehension achievement that will be able to make pupils understand what they are reading in the classroom. Okay, so next we proceed with what is the problem occurred in this research. So basically, pupils can read the text, but they face difficulties to understand the inputs because pupils, when we teach in the classroom, pupils are able to they can read the text, but they cannot answer what we are asking them. They are not be able to give answers when we ask them to elaborate more about the details in the story. So this is why pupils need teacher assistance to basically help them to use the reading strategies in order to make them comprehend the text. It is because they can read, but they cannot remember the information from the text. So that is why it leads to poor understanding of the text. So the gap in my research is basically when the teaching of comprehension strategy remains neglected in the field of English language teaching, because some teachers, they tend to make the teaching of reading to
suitable for them instead of suitable for the students. Okay, so what is the impact if the problem is not being solved by the teachers? So basically, the pupils are not being able to achieve the learning objective because they are not getting the information and the idea of the text. So they are not being able to comprehend the text well and not be able to answer the questions that we give them during assessment. Okay. So the research objectives in this study is to discover the most dominant elements of the metacognitive reading strategies used by TELTTraC teachers during pre-reading to improve pupils' reading comprehension. And the second one is we want to identify the differences between male and female TELTTraC training teachers in using metacognitive reading strategies during pre-reading to improve pupils' reading comprehension. Okay, next. Alright, so there are two hypotheses in this research, which is the number one is null hypothesis, which indicates there is no significant difference in the use of metacognitive reading strategies during pre-reading between male and female trained teachers. And the alternate hypothesis is there is a significant difference in the use of metacognitive reading strategies. So, as we walk through this presentation, we will see which one is the accepted hypothesis. Okay. Alright, so these are my 8 elements of the metacognitive reading strategies that I highlighted, which are lesson objectives and preparation, make predictions, teacher make predictions, teacher make the text analysis, teacher make the prior knowledge, teacher check the understanding in the classroom, teacher make skimming and scanning with the pupils, teacher make visualize information with the students, and lastly, teacher prompt students prediction. Okay, so this research is significant to 2 categories, which are TESOL training teacher in IPG and the other one is teachers in schools. It's because when the TESOL training teacher in IPG discover the important aspects of metacognitive reading strategies, they will be able to enhance their teaching of reading strategies in the classroom because they are able to aware what are the elements that they not use in the classroom. So they will make self-reflection and improve their teaching reading strategies. And the other one, for teachers in school, they are able to find out the proper elements they need to highlight during their teaching because in the classroom, the students' abilities in the classroom is very different because some students, they prefer to use these kind of strategies and some students, they do not prefer and it is less effective for them. So teachers can actually find out the proper elements that is suitable for their pupils in that particular classroom. Alright, so we move on to the past research to support my research. Okay, for the first one, I am going to focus on the problem that the pupil face is because it is found that students face difficulties to use proper reading strategies to answer questions and relate their knowledge with the reading content. And also because of this one, when they are not able to use the proper reading strategies, this is also because of some students, they do not think that using strategies in reading is important, and because of that, some teachers also neglect the importance of using reading strategies to prompt students' knowledge during pre-reading. Okay, and then the next one. Because of these kind of problems occur in classroom when pupils cannot comprehend the text well, so teachers actually need to practice the repertoire of reading strategies because teaching reading strategy instruction actually had a significant effect on students' reading literacy as stated by Ching and Young and also Siu et al. And then when the students are able to apply the metacognitive reading strategies during pre-reading, they have better academic performances and scored higher in reading. And also for RO2, we want to discover the significant difference between male and female in the use of metacognitive reading strategies during pre-reading. So in this past research, it is also supported by Zenita and Bambang, which stated there is no significant difference in the use of metacognitive reading strategies across genders. But the preferred types of strategies might be different, but the use of the strategies is equal to one another. Alright. So the research design for this study is survey research, and we use quantitative approach, which will be analyzed by descriptive and inferential. So for the population, we target the 71 PISMP TELTTraC June 2020 intake who had done their first practicum in 2022. So basically, their experiences in teaching in the classroom during English class is what is what their answers from the questionnaire is come from. Alright, so for the sample, I use simple random sampling technique with 59 training teachers from the population. Alright, so the instrument used for the data collection, we use questionnaire with 5 Likert scale, and then in the questionnaire, it consisted of 8 elements of metacognitive reading strategies during pre-reading that is divided into 2 sections, which is section A, teacher's method to apply the elements before they teach in the class. And the second section is teacher's method to apply the elements in the class with the students. So for the data collection procedures, we first choose appropriate questionnaire to adapt our research topic, and the second one is we amend the questionnaires. I choose 2 questionnaires to fit the research topic, and then the second one is to check the validity. I proceed with seeing the lecturer there to check the validity, whether the question is in a good structure or not. And the next one, the pilot study was conducted to check the reliability, and the Cronbach alpha value is 0.94, which is very good, excellent, and reliable. And the next one is the instrument was distributed through a survey using Google Form to the sample. And the last one, the data was obtained and analyzed using SPSS, and the finding, we get the findings. Alright, so the data analysis procedures consist of 2, which are descriptive analysis and inferential analysis. So descriptive analysis is we want to find out the mean score to identify the most dominant elements of the metacognitive reading strategies used by IPG KDRI training teachers during pre-reading. So I use the mean score interpretation table with 3 interpreters from Jamil 2002, and the second one, inferential analysis, independent sample teachers was used to discover whether there is a significant difference between male and female of IPG KDRI training teachers in the use of metacognitive reading strategies during pre-reading. Alright, so based on the 59 respondents, these are the respondents that answer the questionnaires. So there are 10 male and 49 female to answer the questionnaire. Alright, so based on the questionnaire that were given to the respondents, the data indicates that the most dominant elements used by IPG KDRI training teachers during pre-reading, number 1 is checking understanding. Teacher check students' understanding in the classroom by asking questions to ensure they understand what the text is about, or are they really, what are the things that they don't understand about. Number 2, prior knowledge. Teachers use some knowledge to relate the students' background knowledge, previous knowledge with the current knowledge they have. And the third one is skimming and scanning, considered as the most dominant elements because the teacher highlight the key points in the reading text to help pupils grasp the gist of the reading text. So these are the three most dominant elements of metacognitive reading strategies that were used by training teachers during pre-reading to improve pupils' reading comprehension. Alright, so the most dominant elements consist of checking understanding, prior knowledge, and also skimming and scanning. So checking understanding considered as the highest elements for the training teachers because pupils are able to increase their learning awareness. Teacher believes that when the teacher monitor the students' understanding, the pupils are able to increase their learning awareness that will enhance their understanding from the text. And for the prior knowledge, it is considered as the second highest elements in the use of metacognitive because teacher believes that using prior knowledge will draw pupils' attention to the important details and the pupils are able to make inferences about what they are reading. So when they can make the inferences, they actually understand the text. And the last one is skimming and scanning is also the highest elements because the teacher believes that when the teacher uses skimming and scanning with the pupils, it allows their pupils to actually obtain the general idea to focus on what are the important details that they need to focus in order to understand the text. Alright, we proceed with data findings for RO2. Is there any significant difference between the use of metacognitive reading strategies between male and female of applicated training teachers? So, according to the findings, it is stated that the probability value is 0.71, which is higher than 0.05. So, this indicates that the null hypothesis is accepted, where there is no significant difference in the use of metacognitive reading strategies during pre-reading for male and female training teachers to improve pupils' reading comprehension. So, why does it there is no significant difference? Because we can see that this research findings is also supported by Hugh and Huang that indicated that gender does not affect their use of metacognitive reading strategies. They not play any role in gender because both genders use the metacognitive reading strategies. They prefer to use metacognitive reading strategies. But the preferred types of strategies implemented might be varied. Depends on personal preferences and also based on motivation and so on with their pupils. Okay, so conclusion of this research is basically we can see that the most dominant elements used by IPT-KDR training teachers during pre-reading to improve pupils' reading comprehension is 1. Teachers checking understanding. Number 2, teachers using pupils' prior knowledge to make them understand more. And the third one is teachers make skimming and scanning with the pupils to make pupils understand what they are reading about. And the second, to answer the research question number 2, we can conclude that there is no significant difference between the use of metacognitive reading strategies of male and female IPT-KDR training teachers during pre-reading to improve pupils' reading comprehension. So by doing this research, I believe that it gives many implications to these three groups, which is number 1 for MOE and also FGM, because when the Ministry of Education aware of what the teachers' reading strategies use in the classroom, MOE will also identify which are the elements that the teachers less preferred. So maybe if the MOE knows about this kind of thing and also IPGM knows about it, MOE can actually do a seminar or workshops to the teachers to help trainee teachers, to help new teachers, especially with less experience, on how they can develop their teaching reading strategies in the classroom. And the second one for IPG cadre and lecturers, they can actually be aware of what the trainee teachers use of metacognitive reading strategies in the classroom. So when they are aware of what the elements that the trainee teachers use, they can help the trainee teachers to improve their quality of teaching on what are the teaching strategies that need to be highlighted, what is the most effective for standard 1, standard 2, or maybe standard 6, and so on. And the last one, for educators and IPG trainee teachers in schools, we are able to identify which elements that we neglected the most, and the one that we neglected maybe can actually improve our pupils' reading comprehension. And the last one is, my recommendation is to enlarge the sample for the respondents, because I feel like the respondents is just in IPG KDRI. So if we enlarge the sample for other practicum phase 2 batch or other IPG in Malaysia, we can actually gather more information, more strong information to have a concrete conclusion. And the second one, we can actually make equal amount of male and female respondents. This is to answer the research objectives number 2, to identify the significant difference. So if we have equal amount of male and female respondents, it can actually gives a solid conclusion about is there really a significant or not. And the third one, to integrate different research design, because I believe that quantitative approach is just it's not that focused. It's just the perceptions of the teachers. So if we can do like a quasi-experimental or qualitative, we can actually focus on specific teachers on how they actually improve their pupils' reading achievement in the classroom, and also find the effects before and after using the metacognitive reading strategies. And the last one, we can also explore different elements of metacognitive reading strategies. Because in this research, I highlighted the pre-reading phase, just the pre-reading phase, which is actually important to obtain a good structure of knowledge to the student. So if we can focus on other phase, which are while reading and post-reading, it can actually help the students more in terms of how we as teachers responsible for the pupils' comprehension and have better reading achievements. So I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Okay. Finally, thank you, the final presenter. Okay. So my question. Okay. What is the IV and DV for your research?
My IV independent variables is the elements that the teachers use. Yes. The elements that the teachers use in the classroom to improve pupils' comprehension. These are my.
But if you look at your topic, meta-cognitive reading strategies, okay, that's why it relate to this conceptual framework. IV is actually meta-cognitive reading strategies. So this one should be put under meta-cognitive strategies. So your framework should be IV is the meta-cognitive strategies, and then the DV is the improve pupils' reading comprehension. Pre-reading is the moderator in between.
Oh.
So this element should be put under the IV meta-cognitive. So another list. So actually your framework should be meta-cognitive, the improvement of reading, and then in between is the pre-reading. So this element actually is under the meta-cognitive. So in general, only 3 columns actually. That is to show IV and DV, and your concern is only pre-reading, so that is under the moderator. That's why I asked which one is IV and DV, because it relates to your conceptual framework. Okay, so it is very clear after this. So you can do some amendment .
I'm sorry, Dr. J, because when I'm presenting this conceptual framework, I actually use the same one like you said to Dr. Sa during our research class. And Dr. Sa said it is wrong because I'm not actually investigate the pupil's reading comprehension, but I'm investigating the elements used
Lah,
by
this
the
element is put under that one.
So metacognitive
Ah.
under it is element. Like
Yeah,
that.
this is the element under the big picture is the meta-cognitive strategies. So these are the strategies, betul lah ni. Yang this one is the picture is meta-cognitive strategies kan. Itu yang ibu dia, ini anak dia.
These are the
Elements.
These strategies kan. Okay, these strategies, where do you get it? From, are you using any inventory atau
Macam mana dia?
from who?
The reference
Sebab
which
I
reference?
thought there are several Masa.
Yeah.
Macam-macam.
Yeah.
Kan you ambil yang mana ni?
I adapted from several questionnaires actually.
Dia ada kena reference dia, kena you must state
For
the
reading
reference.
comprehension, you state the reference from who?
Dia tak
Dia
boleh
ada
letak.
inventory dia because in
Different.
kalau you take Marcy, there are 3 elements.
Yes.
Okay, there are problem solving, support,
yeah.
and global.
Yeah.
And then there in that,
Baru ada lagi.
yes,
Anak dia.
there are some for problem solving. What? How do you go through
Yeah.
the text? Kan?
Yes,
How
yes,
do
yes,
you there is
Itu kena
problem
set lah, so
solving, and
there
then
are
global, and then support. Now you did not classify, right? So we don't know which inventory that is.
Kena state lah lain kali.
Right.
Kan? Because nanti people kalau in future lah, if you present this down, people will ask where you get these types of elements.
Because there
No statement.
already exist.
Yeah.
The one that memang for metacognitive. It's not you come up with
The new one.
Right.
That's the thing lah. Okay.
Okay.
So tak apa, nanti framework you tengok balik.
Alright.
Okay, so the overall mean for your RO and RQ1 is 4.26, isn't it? So the highest is checking understanding.
Yes.
So how to apply checking understanding in the real context?
Checking and understanding is when the teachers, I focus on teachers using the questioning strategies during checking understanding. So how teacher check the pupil's understanding is when the teacher asks questions to the students, several questions. There are many types of questions, open-ended questions, true or false, and so on. So the questioning strategies is what I focus on under the checking understanding.
Okay, so the questioning technique is used to ensure that the checking understanding element can be implemented.
Yeah.
Okay, so very clear. Okay, never mind. Okay, done. And then this is the field of Madam Study PhD study.
Really?
That's why she asked you.
What are you studying?
The
Madam?
meta-cognitive strategies.
Really?
So under her
Wow.
PhD research. That's
I'm-
why
I'm
she
in
is
front of-
very detailing on
Okay.
the resources.
Right. So I think that's all.
Dia tanya Madam, dia nak tanya lah.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, betul. Okay. Okay, conclude. So after this presenter, kita ambil gambar depan ya.
Thank you to seminar evaluators, presenters and participants. I would like to invite one of the evaluators to announce the best presenter in this room and present a token of appreciation.
Nanti dulu, belum lagi. Wait. Abah. The best presenter pula. Ha? Dia kena campur dulu. Dia tengok yang mana paling tinggi. Aku yang paling tinggi. Nombor 6. Betul. Oh, punya betul. Tengok gitu je lebih kurang. Saya nombor betul. Dia nombor 6 tu. Betul.